Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles Eliot, Public Worship and Ceremonial. In no point does Hinduism differ from Western religions more than in its public worship, and, in spite of much that is striking and interesting, the comparison is not to the advantage of India. It is true that temple worship is not so important for the Hindus as church services are for the Christian. They set more store on home ceremonies and on contemplation. Still, the temples of India are so numerous, so conspicuous, and so crowded that the religion which maintains them must to some extent be judged by them. At any rate, they avoid the faults of public worship in the West. The practice of arranging the congregation in seats for which they pay seems to me more irreligious and the slovenliness of the heathen, and makes the whole performance resemble a very dull concert. Protestant services are in the main modelled on the same ritual of synagogue. They are meetings of the laity at which the scriptures are read, prayers offered, sermons preached, and benedictions pronounced. The clergy plays a principal but not exclusive part. The rites of the Roman and Eastern churches have borrowed much from pagan ceremonial, but still they have not wholly departed from the traditions of the synagogue. They have also served as a model for Mohammedan ritual, which differs from the Jewish in little, but its almost military regularity. But with all this, the ordinary ritual of Hindu temples has nothing in common. Footnote 79. But there are other kinds of worship, such as the old Vedic sacrifices which are still occasionally performed, and the burnt offerings, homa, still made in some temples. There are also the tantric ceremonies, and in Assam, the public worship of the Vaishnavites has probably been influenced by the ritual of lamas in neighboring Buddhist countries. End footnote. It derives from other origin and follows other lines. The temple is regarded as the court of a prince, and the daily ceremonies are the attendance of his courtiers on him. He must be awakened, fed, amused, and finally put to bed. This conception of ritual prevailed in Egypt, but in India there is no trace of it in Vedic literature, and perhaps it did not come into fashion until Gupta times. Although the laity may be present and salute the god, such worship cannot be called congregational. Yet in other ways, a Hindu temple may provide as much proper worship as a nonconformist chapel. In the corridors will generally be found readers surrounded by an attentive crowd to whom they recite and expound the Mahabharata or some other sacred text. At festivals and times of pilgrimage, the precincts are thronged by a crowd of worshippers, the like of which is hardly to be seen in Europe, worshippers not only devout, but fired with enthusiasm which bursts into a mighty chorus of welcome when the image of the god is brought forth from the inner shrine. The earlier forms of Buddhist ceremonial are of synagogue type, though in no way derived from Jewish sources, for though there is no prayer, they consist chiefly of confession, preaching, and reading the scriptures. But this puritanic severity could not be popular, and the veneration of images and relics was soon added to the ritual. The former was adopted by Buddhism earlier than by Brahmins. The latter, though a conspicuous feature of Buddhism in all lands, is almost unknown to Hinduism. In their later developments, Buddhist and Christian ceremonies show an extraordinary resemblance, due, in my opinion, chiefly to convergence, though I do not entirely exclude mutual influence. Both Buddhism and Roman Catholicism accepted pagan ritual with some reservations and refinements. The worship has for its object an image or a shrine containing a relic which is placed in a conspicuous position at the end of the hall of worship. Footnote 80. This position is of great importance as tending to produce a similar arrangement of religious paraphernalia. The similarity disappears when Buddhist ceremonies are performed round stupas out of doors. End footnote. Animal sacrifices are rejected, but offerings of flowers, lights, and incense are permitted, as well as the singing of hymns. It is not altogether strange if Buddhist and Catholic rituals starting from the same elements ended by producing similar scenic effects. Yet, though the scenic effect may be similar, there is often a difference in the nature of the rite. Direct invocations are not wanting in Tibetan and Far Eastern Buddhism, but many services consist not of prayers but of the recitation of scripture by which merit is required. This merit is then formally transferred by the officiants to some special object, such as the peace of the dead or the prosperity of a living suppliant. The later phases of both Hinduism and Buddhism are permeated by what is called Tantrism, that is to say, the endeavor to attain spiritual ends by ritual acts such as gestures and the repetition of formulae. Footnote 81. As explained elsewhere, I draw a distinction between Tantrism and Shaktism. End footnote. These expedients are dangerous and may become puerile, but those who ridicule them often forget that they may be termed sacramental with as much propriety as magical and are in fact based on the same theory as the sacraments of the Catholic Church. When a child is made eligible for salvation by sprinkling with water, by the sign of the cross, and by the mantra, in the name of the Father, etc., or when the Divine Spirit is localized in bread and wine and worshipped, these rites are closely analogous to tantric ceremonial. The Buddhist temple of the Far East are in original intention copies of Indian edifices, and in the larger establishments there is a daily routine of services performed by resident monks. But the management of religious foundation in these countries has been much influenced by old pagan usages as to temples and worship, which show an interesting resemblance to the customs of classical antiquity but have little in common with Buddhist or Christian ideas. A Chinese municipal temple is a public building dedicated to a spirit of departed worthy. If sacrifices are offered in it, they are not likely to take place more than 3 or 4 times a year. Private persons may go there to obtain luck by burning a little incense, or still more frequently to meet the divine future. Public meetings and theatrical performances may be held there, but anything like a congregational service is rare. Just so in ancient Rome, a temple might be used for a meeting of the Senate or for funeral games. End of section 21. The worship of the reproductive forces. One aspect of Indian religions is so singular that it demands notice, although it is difficult to discuss. I mean the worship of the generative forces. The cult of a god, or more often of a goddess, who personifies the reproductive and also the destructive power of nature, for it is not only in India that the two activities are seen to be akin, existed in many countries. It was prominent in Babylonia and Asia Minor, less prominent but still distinctly present in Egypt, and in many cases was accompanied by hysterical and immoral rites, by mutilations of the body and offerings of blood. But in most countries, such deities and rites are a matter of ancient history. They decayed as civilization grew. In China and Japan, as formerly in Greece and Rome, they are not an important constituent of religion. It is only in India, and to some extent in Tibet, which has been influenced by India, that they have remained unabashed until modern times. If it is right to regard with veneration the great forces of nature, fire, sun, and water, a similar feeling towards the reproductive forces cannot be unphilosophic or immoral. Nor does the idea that the supreme deity is a mother rather than a father, though startling, contain anything unseemly. Yet it is an undoubted fact that all the great religions, except Hinduism, though they may admit a goddess of mercy, Kuan Yin, or the Madonna, agrees in rejecting essentially sexual deities. Modern Europe is probably prudish to excess, but the general practice of mankind testifies that words and acts too nearly connected with sexual things cannot be safely permitted in the temple. This remark would indeed be superfluous were it not that many millions of our Hindu fellow citizens are of a contrary opinion. Such practices prevail chiefly among the Shaktas in Bengal and Assam, but similar license is permitted, though the theoretical justification and theological settings are different in some Vishnuite sects. Both are probated by the majority of respectable Hindus, but both find educated and able apologists. And though it may be admitted that worship of the linga may exist without bad effects, moral or intellectual, yet I think that these effects make themselves felt so soon as a sect becomes distinctively erotic. Anyone who visited two such different localities as Kamakhya in Assam and Gokul near Mutra must be struck with the total absence in the shrines of anything that can be called beautiful, solemn, or even terrible. The general impression is of something diseased, uncleaned, and undignified. The figure of the great goddess of life and death might have fired the invention of artists, but as a matter of fact, her worship has paralyzed their hands and brains. Footnote 82. It does not seem to me to have given much inspiration to Rossetti in his Atarte Syriaca. End footnote. Nor can I give much praise to the Tantras as literature. Footnote 83. But in justice to the Tantras, it should be mentioned that the Mahanirvana Tantra, X 79, prohibits the burning of widows. End footnote. It is true that, as some authors point out, they contain fine sayings about God and the soul, but in India, such things form part of the common literary stock and do not entitle the author to the praise which he would win elsewhere unless his language or thoughts show originality. Such originality I have not found in those tantras which are accessible. The magical and erotic parts may have the melancholy distinction of being unlike other works, but the philosophical and theological sections could have been produced by any Hindu who had studied these branches of Indian literature. End of section 22. Hinduism in practice. After reviewing the characteristics of a religion, it is natural to ask what is its effect on those who profess it. Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam offer materials for answering such a question, since they are not racial religions. In historical times, they have been accepted by people who did not profess them previously, and we can estimate the consequences of such changes. But Hinduism has racial or geographical limits. It proselytizes, but hardly outside the Indian area. It is difficult to distinguish it from Indian custom, as the gospel is distinguished from the practice of Europe. It is superfluous to inquire what would be its effect on other countries, since it shows no desire to impose itself on them, and they none to accept it. It is, like Shinto in Japan, not a religion which has molded the national character, but the national character finding expression in religion. Shinto and Hinduism are also alike in perpetuating ancient beliefs and practices which seem anachronisms, but otherwise they are very different, for many races and languages have contributed their thoughts and hopes to the ocean of Hinduism, and they all had an interest in speculation and mysticism unknown to the Japanese. The fact that Hinduism is something larger and more comprehensive than what we call a religion is one reason why it contains much of dubious moral value. It is analogous not to Christianity but to European civilization, which produces side-by-side philanthropy and the horrors of war, or to science, which has given us the blessings of surgery and the curse of explosives. There is a deep-rooted idea in India that a man's daily life must be accompanied by religious observances and regulated by a religious code, by no means of universal application, but still suitable to his particular class. An immoral occupation need not be irreligious. It simply requires gods of a special character. Hence, we find thugs killing and robbing their victims in the name of Kali. But though the Hindu is not at ease unless his customs are sanctioned by his religion, yet religion in the wider sense is not bound by custom, for the founders of many sects have declared that before God there is no caste. A Hindu may devote himself to religion and abandon the world with all its conventions, but if, like most men, he prefers to live in the world, it is his duty to follow the customs and usages sanctioned for his class and occupation. Thus, as Sister Nivedita has shown us in her beautiful writings, cooking, washing, and all the humble round of domestic life become one long ritual of purification and prayer, in which the entertainment of a guest stand out as a great sacrifice. But though religion may thus give beauty and holiness to common things, yet inasmuch as it sanctifies what it finds rather than prescribes what should be, it must bear the blame for foolish and even injurious customs. Child marriages have nothing to do with the creed of Hinduism, yet many Hindus, especially Hindu women, would feel it irreligious as well as a social disgrace to let a daughter become adult without being married. A comparison of Indian Mohammedans and Hindus suggests that the former are more warlike and robust, the latter more intellectual and indigenous. The fact that some Mohammedans belong to hardy tribes of invaders must be taken into account, but Islam deserves the credit of having introduced a simple and fairly healthy rule of life which does not allow every caste to make its own observances into a divine law. Yet it would seem that the medical and sanitary rules of Hinduism deserve less abuse than they generally receive. Colonel King, Sanitary Commissioner of the Madras Presidency, is quoted as saying in a lecture, "The institutes of Vishnu and the laws of Manu fit in excellently with the bacteriology, parasitology, and applied hygiene of the West. The hygiene of food and water, private and public conservancy, disease suppression with prevention are all carefully dealt with." Footnote 84. See Asiatic Review, July 1916, page 33. End footnote. Hinduism certainly has proved marvelously stimulating to the intellect, or, shall we put it the other way, is the product of profound, acute, and restless minds. It cannot be justly accused of being enervating or melancholy, for many Hindu states were vigorous and warlike, and the accounts of early travelers indicate that in pre-Mohammedan days the people were humane, civilized, and contented. Footnote 85. Example given: Vijayanagar, the Marathas, and the states of Rajputana. End footnote. It created an original and spiritual art, for Indian art, more than any other, is the direct product of religion and not merely inspired by it. In ages when original talent is rare, this close relation has disadvantages, for it tends to make all art symbolic and conventional. An artist must not represent a deity in the way that he thinks most effective. The proportions, attitude, and ornaments are all prescribed not because they suit a picture or statue, but because they mean something. Indian literature is also directly related to religion. Its extent is well nigh immeasurable. I will not alarm the reader with statistics of the theological and metaphysical treatises which it contains. A little of such goes a long way, even when they are first-rate, but India may at least boast of having more theological works which, if considered as intellectual proportions, must be placed in the first class than Europe. Nor are religious writings of a more human type absent, the language of heart to heart and of the heart to God. The Ramayana of Tulsidas and Tiruvukagam are extolled by Groves, Grierson, and Pope, all of them Christians, I believe, as not only masterpieces of literature, but as noble expressions of pure devotion, and the poems of Kabir and Tukaram, if less considerable as literary efforts, show the same spiritual quality. Indian poetry, even when nominally secular, is perhaps too much under religious influence to suit our taste, and the long didactic and philosophic harangues which interrupt the action of the Mahabharata seem to us inartistic. Yet to those who take the pains to familiarize themselves with what at first is strange, the Mahabharata is, I think, a greater poem than the Iliad. It should not be regarded as an epic distended and interrupted by interpolated sermons, but as the scripture of the warrior caste which sees in the soldier's life a form of religion. I have touched in several places on the defects of Hinduism. They are due partly to its sanction of customs which have no necessary connection with it, and partly to its extravagance, which in the service of the god sees no barrier of morality or humanity. But sutti, human sacrifices, and orgies strike the imagination and assume an importance which they have not and never had for Hinduism as a whole. If Hinduism were really bad, so many great thoughts, so many good lives could not have grown up in its atmosphere. More than any other religion, it is a quest of truth and not a creed, which must necessarily become antiquated. It admits the possibility of new scriptures, new incarnations, new institutions. It has no quarrel with knowledge or speculation. Perhaps it excludes materialists because they have no common ground with religion, but it tolerates even the Sankhya philosophy, which has nothing to say about God or worship. It is truly dynamic, and in the past, whenever it has seemed in danger of withering, it has never failed to bud with new life and put forth new flowers. More than other religions, Hinduism appeals to the soul's immediate knowledge and experience of God. It has secret books innumerable, but they can agree in little but this, that the soul can become into contact and intimacy with its God, whatever name be given him, and even if he be superpersonal. The possibility and truth of this experience is hardly questioned in India, and the task of religion is to bring it about, not to promote the welfare of tribes and states, but to effect the enlightenment and salvation of souls. The love of the Hindus for every form of argument and philosophizing is well known, but it is happily counterbalanced by another tendency. Instinct and religion both bring them into close sympathy with nature. India is in the main an agricultural country, and nearly 3/4 of the population are villagers whose life is bound up with the welfare of plants and animals and lies at the mercy of rivers that overflow or skies that withhold the rain. To such people, nature myths and sacred animals appeal with a force that Europeans rarely understand. The parrots that perch on the pinnacles of the temple and the oxen that rest in the shade of its courts are not intruders but humble brothers of mankind who may also be the messengers of the gods. End of section 23.
Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles Eliot, Section 24. Buddhism in Practice. As I said above, it is easier to estimate the effects of Buddhism than of Hinduism, for its history is the chronicle of a great missionary enterprise, and there are abundant materials for studying the results of its diffusion. Even its adversaries must admit that it has many excellent qualities. It preaches morality and charity, and was the first religion to proclaim to the world, not to a caste or country, that these are the foundation of that law which, if kept, brings happiness. It civilized many nations, for instance the Tibetans and Mongols. It has practiced toleration and true unworldliness, if not without any exception, at least far more generally than any other great religion. It has directly encouraged art and literature, and, so far as I know, has never opposed the progress of knowledge. But two charges may be brought against it which deserve consideration. First, that its pessimistic doctrines and monastic institutions are, if judged by ordinary standards, bad for the welfare of a nation. Second, that more than any other religion, it is liable to become corrupt. In all Buddhist lands, though good laymen are promised the blessings of religion, the monastic and contemplative life is held up as the ideal. In Christendom, this ideal is rejected by Protestants, and for the Roman and Oriental churches it is only one among others. Hence, everyone's judgment of Buddhism must in a large measure depend on what he thinks of this ideal. Monks are not of this world, and therefore the world hateth them. If they keep to themselves, they are called lazy and useless. If they take part in secular matters, they meet with even severer criticism. Yet can anyone doubt that what is most needed in the present age is more people who have leisure and ability to think? Whatever evil is said of Buddhist monks is also said of Mount Athos and similar Christian establishments. I am far from saying that this depreciation of the cloistered life is just in either case, but any impartial critic of monastic institutions must admit that their virtues avoid publicity and their faults attract attention. In all countries a large percentage of monks are indolent. It is the temptation which besets all but the elect. Yet the Buddhist ideal of the man who has renounced the world leaves no place for slackness, nor, I think, does the Christian. Buddhist monks are men of higher aspirations than others. They try to make themselves supermen by cultivating not the forceful and domineering part of their nature, but the gentle, charitable, and intelligent part. The laity treats them with the greatest respect, provided that they set an example of a life better than most men can live. A monastic system of this kind is found in Burma. I do not mean that it is not found in other Buddhist lands, but I cite an instance which I have seen myself, and which has impressed most observers favourably. The Burmese monks are not far from the ideal of Gautama, yet perhaps by adhering somewhat strictly to the letter of his law, they have lost something of the freedom which he contemplated. In his time there were no books, the mind found exercise and knowledge in conversation. A monastery was not a permanent residence, except during the rainy season, but merely a halting place for the brethren, who were habitually wanderers, continually hearing and seeing something new. Hermits and solitary dwellers in the forests were not unknown, but assuredly the majority of the brethren had no intention of secluding themselves from the intellectual life of the age. What would Gautama have done had he lived some hundreds or thousands of years later? I see no reason to doubt that he would have encouraged the study of literature and science. He would probably have praised all art which expresses noble and spiritual ideas, while misdoubting representations of sensuous beauty. The second criticism, that Buddhists are prone to corrupt their faith, is just, for their courteous acquiescence in other creeds enfeebles and denaturalizes their own. In Annam, Korea, and some parts of China, though there are temples and priests more or less deserving the name of Buddhist, there is no idea that Buddhism is a distinct religion or mode of life. Such statements as that the real religion of the Burmese is not Buddhism but animism are, I think, incorrect, but even the Burmese are dangerously tolerant. This weakness is not due to any positive defect, since Buddhism provides for those who lead the higher life a strenuous curriculum, and for the laity a system of morality based on rational grounds and differing little from the standard accepted in both Europe and China, except that it emphasizes the duties of mankind to animals. The weakness comes from the absence of any command against superstitious rites and beliefs. When the cardinal principles of Buddhism are held strongly, these accessories do not matter, but the time comes when the creeper which was once an ornament grows into the walls of the shrine and splits the masonry. The faults of Western religions are mainly faults of self-assertion, such as the Inquisition and opposition to science. The faults of Indian religions are mainly tolerance of what does not belong to them, and sometimes of what is not only foreign to them, but bad in itself. Buddhism has been both praised and blamed as a religion which acknowledges neither God nor the soul, and its acceptance in its later phases of the supernatural has been regarded as proving the human mind's natural need of theism. But it is rather an illustration of that craving for personal, though superhuman help, which makes Roman Catholics supplement theism with the worship of saints. On the whole, it is correct to say that Buddhism, except perhaps in very exceptional sects, has always taken, and still takes, a point of view which has little in common with European theism. The world is not thought of as the handiwork of a divine personality, nor the moral law as his will. The fact that religion can exist without these ideas is of capital importance. But any statements implying that Buddhism divorces morality from the doctrine of immortality may be misunderstood, for it teaches that just as an old man may suffer for the follies of his youth, so faults committed in one life may be punished in another. Rewards and punishments in another world were part of the creed of Asoka, and tradition represents the missionaries who converted Ceylon as using this simple argument. It would not, however, be true to say that Buddhism makes the value of morality contingent on another world. The life of an arhat, which includes the strictest morality, is commended on its own account as the best and happiest existence. European assertions about Buddhism often imply that it sets up as an ideal and goal either annihilation or some condition of dreamy bliss. Modern Buddhists, who mostly neglect nirvana as something beyond their powers, just as the ordinary Christian does not say that he hopes to become a saint, lose much of the Master's teaching, but do it less injustice than such misrepresentations. The Buddha did not describe nirvana as something to be won after death, but as a state of happiness attainable in this life by strenuous endeavour, a state of perfect peace, but compatible with energy, as his own example showed. End of section 24.
Interest of Indian thought for Europe. We are now in a better position to answer the question asked at the beginning of this introduction: is Indian thought of value, or at least of interest, for Europe? Let me confess that I cannot share the confidence in the superiority of Europeans and their ways which is prevalent in the West. Whatever view we take of the rights and wrongs of the recent war, it is clearly absurd for Europe as a whole to pose in the presence of such doings as a qualified instructor in humanity and civilization. Many of those who are proudest of our fancied superiority escape when the chance offers from Western civilization, and seek distraction in exploration, and many who have spent their lives among what they consider inferior races are uneasy when they retire and settle at home. In fact, European civilization is not satisfying, and Asia can still offer something more attractive to many who are far from Asiatic in spirit. Yet though most who have paid even a passing visit to the East feel its charm, the history, art, and literature of Asia are still treated with ignorant indifference in cultured circles, an ignorance and indifference which are extraordinary in Englishmen who have so close a connection with India, and devote a disproportionate part of their education to ancient Greece and Rome. I have heard a professor of history in an English university say that he thought the history of India began with the advent of the British, and that he did not know that China had any history at all. And Matthew Arnold, in speaking of Indian thought, hardly escaped meriting his own favorite epithets of condemnation, Philistine and saugrenu. Footnote 91. Essays in Criticism, 2nd Series, Amiel. End footnote. Europeans sometimes mention it as an amazing and almost ridiculous circumstance that an educated Chinese can belong to 3 religions: Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. But I find this attitude of mind eminently sensible. Confucianism is an admirable religion for state ceremonies and college chapels. By attending its occasional rites, one shows a decent respect for heaven and providence, and commits oneself to nothing. And though a rigid Confucianist may have the contempt of a scholar and statesman for popular ideas, yet the most devout Buddhist and Taoist can conform to Confucianism without scruple, whereas many who have attended an English coronation service must have wondered at the language which they seem to approve of by their presence. And in China, if you wish to water the aridity of Confucianism, you can find in Buddhism or Taoism whatever you want in the way of emotion or philosophy, and you will not be accused of changing your religion because you take this refreshment. This temper is not good for creating new and profound religious thought, but it is good for sampling and appreciating the "varieties of religious experience," which offer their results as guides for this and other lives. For religion is systematized religious experience, and this experience depends on temperament. There can therefore be no one religion in the European sense, and it is one of the Hindus' many merits that they recognize this. Some people ask of religion forgiveness for their sins, others communion with the divine. Most want health and wealth. Many crave for an explanation of life and death. Indian religion accommodates itself to these various needs. Nothing is more surprising than the variety of its phases except the underlying unity. This power of varying in sympathetic response to the needs of many minds, and growing in harmony with the outlook of successive ages, is a contrast to the pretended quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus of Western churches, for in view of their differences and mutual hostility, it can only be called a pretense. Footnote 92. This definition of orthodoxy is due to St. Vincent of Lerins, quod ubique, quod semper, quod ab omnibus creditum est. End footnote. Indians recognize that only the greatest and simplest religious questions can be asked now in the same words that came to the lips more than 2,000 years ago, and even if the questions are the same, the answers of the thoughtful are still as widely divergent as the pronouncements of the Buddha and the Brahmins. But nearly all the propositions contained in a European creed involve matters of history or science, which are obviously affected by research and discovery as much as are astronomy or medicine, and not only are the propositions out of date, but they mostly refer to problems which have lost their interest. But Indian religion eschews creeds, and will not die with the spread of knowledge. It will merely change and enter a new phase of life, in which much that is now believed and practiced will be regarded as the gods and rites of the Veda are regarded now. I do not think that there is much profit in comparing religions, which generally means exalting one at the expense of the others, but rather that it is interesting and useful to learn what others, especially those least like ourselves, think of these matters. And in religious questions, Asia has a distinct right to be heard. For if Europeans have any superiority over Asiatics, it lies in practical science, finance, and administration, not in thought or art. If one were collecting views about philosophy and religion in Europe, one would not begin by consulting financiers and engineers, and the policeman who stands in the middle of the street and directs the traffic to this side and that is not intellectually superior to those who obey him as if he were something superhuman. Europeans in Asia are like such a policeman. Their gifts are authority and power to organize. In other respects, their superiority is imaginary. I do not think that Christianity will ever make much progress in Asia, for what is commonly known by that name is not the teaching of Christ, but a rearrangement of it made in Europe, and, like most European institutions, practical rather than thoughtful. And as for the teaching of Christ himself, the Indian finds it excellent, but not ample or satisfying. There is little in it which cannot be found in some of the many scriptures of Hinduism, and it is silent on many points about which they speak, if not with convincing authority, at least with suggestive profundity. Neither do I think that Europe is likely to adopt Buddhist or Brahmanic methods of thought on any large scale. Theosophical and Buddhist societies have my sympathy, but it is sympathy with lonely workers in an unpopular cause, and I am not sure that they always understand what they try to teach. There is truth at the bottom of the dogma that all Buddhas must be born and teach in India. Asiatic doctrine may commend itself to European minds, but it fits awkwardly into European life. But this is no reason for refusing to accord to Indian religion at least the same attention that we give to Plato and Aristotle. Every idea which is held strongly by any large body of men is worthy of respectful examination, although I do not think that because an opinion is widespread it is therefore true. Thus the idea that in the remote past there was some kind of paradise or golden age, and that the span of human life was once much longer than now, is found among most nations. Yet research and analogy suggest that it is without foundation. The fact that about half the population of the world has come under the influence of Hindu ideas gives Indian thought historical importance rather than authority. The claim of India to the attention of the world is that she, more than any other nation since history began, has devoted herself to contemplating the ultimate mysteries of existence, and, in my eyes, the fact that Indian thought diverges widely from our own popular thought is a positive merit. In intellectual and philosophical pursuits, we want new ideas, and Indian ideas are not familiar or hackneyed in the West, though I think that more European philosophers and mystics have arrived at similar conclusions than is generally supposed. Indian religions have more spirituality and a greater sense of the infinite than our Western creeds, and more liberality. They are not merely tolerant, but often hold that the different classes of mankind have their own rules of life and suitable beliefs, and that he who follows such partial truths does no wrong to the greater and all-inclusive truths on which his circumstances do not permit him to fix his attention. And though some Indian religions may sanction bad customs, sacrifice of animals, and immoral rites, yet on the whole they give the duty of kindness to animals a prominence unknown in Europe, and are more penetrated with the idea that civilization means a gentle and enlightened temper, an idea sadly forgotten in these days of war. Their speculative interest can hardly be denied. For instance, the idea of a religion without a personal God may seem distasteful or absurd, but the student of human thought must take account of it, and future generations may not find it a useless notion. It is certain that in Asia we find Buddhist churches which preach morality and employ ritual, and yet are not theistic, and also various systems of pantheism which, though they may use the word God, obviously use it in a sense which has nothing in common with Christian and Mohammedan ideas. India's greatest contribution to religion is not intellectual, as the mass of commentaries and arguments produced by Hindus might lead us to imagine, but the persistent and almost unchallenged belief in the reality and bliss of certain spiritual states which involve intuition. All Indians agree that they are real, even to the extent of offering an alternative superior to any ordinary life of pleasure and success, but their value for us is lessened by the variety of interpretations which they receive and which make it hard to give a more detailed definition than that above. For some, they are the intuition of a particular god; for others, of divinity in general. For Buddhists, they mean a new life of knowledge, freedom, and bliss without reference to a deity. But apart from such high matters, I believe that the mental training preliminary to these states, what is called meditation and concentration, is well worth the attention of Europeans. I am not recommending trances or catalepsy. In these, as in other matters, the Hindus are probably prone to exaggerate, and the Buddha himself, in his early quest for truth, discarded trances as an unsatisfactory method. But the reader can convince himself by experiment that the elementary discipline which consists in suppressing discursive thought, and concentrating the mind on a particular object, say a red flower, so that for some time nothing else is present to the mind, and the image of the flower is seen and realized in all its details, is most efficacious for producing mental calm and alertness. By such simple exercises, the mind learns how to rest and refresh itself. Its quickness of apprehension and its retentive power are considerably increased, for words and facts imprinted on it when, by the suppression of its ordinary activities, it has thus been made a tabula rasa, remain fixed and clear. Such great expressions of emotional theism as the Ramayana of Tulsi Das are likely to find sympathetic readers in Europe, but the most original feature of Indian thought is that, as already mentioned, it produces systems which can hardly be refused the name of religion, and yet are hardly theistic. The Buddha preached a creed without reference to a supreme deity, and the great Emperor Asoka, the friend of man and beast, popularized this creed throughout India. Even at the present day, the prosperous and intelligent community of Jains follow a similar doctrine, and the Advaita philosophy diverges widely from European theism. It is true that Buddhism invented gods for itself and became more and more like Hinduism, and that the later Vedantist and Sivaite schools have a strong bent to monotheism. Yet all Indian theism seems to me to have a pantheistic tinge, and India is certainly the classic land of pantheism. Footnote 93. I know that this statement may encounter objections, but I believe that few Indians would be surprised at the proposition that God is all things. Some might deny it, but as a familiar error. End footnote. The difficulties of pantheism are practical. It does not lend itself easily to popular cries and causes, and it finds it hard to distinguish and condemn evil. Footnote 94. But Orthodox Christianity really falls into the same difficulty. For if God planned the redemption of the world, and we are saved by the death of Christ, then the chief priests, Judas, Pilate, and the soldiers who crucified Christ are at least the instruments of salvation. End footnote. But it appeals to the scientific temper, and is not repulsive to many religious and emotional natures. Indeed, it may be said that in monotheistic creeds, the most thoughtful and devout minds often tend towards pantheism, as witness the Sufis among Moslems, the Kabbalists among the Jews, and many eminent mystics in the Christian Church. In India, the only country where the speculative interest is stronger than the practical, it is a common form of belief, and it is of great importance for the history and criticism of religion to see how an idea, which in Europe is hardly more than philosophic theory, works on a large scale. Later Buddhism, the so-called Mahayana, may be justly treated as one of the many varieties of Indian religion, not more differentiated from others than is, for instance, the creed of the Sikhs. The speculative side of early Buddhism, which was, however, mainly a practical movement, may be better described as an Indian critique of current Indian views. The psychology of the Pitakas has certainly enough life to provoke discussion still, for it receives both appreciative treatment and uncompromising condemnation at the hands of European scholars. To set it aside as not worth the labor spent on elucidating it seems to me an error of judgment. As a criticism of the doctrine developed in the Upanishads, it is acute and interesting, even if we hold the Upanishads to be in the right, and no serious attempt to analyze the human mind can be without value, for though the facts are before every human being, such attempts are rare. It is singular that so many religions should prescribe and prophesy for the soul without being able to describe its nature. Hesitation and diffidence in defining the deity seem proper and natural, but it is truly surprising that people are not agreed as to the essential facts about their own consciousness, their selves, souls, minds, and spirits, whether these are the same or different, whether they are entities or aggregations. The Buddha's answers to these questions cannot be dismissed as ancient or outlandish, for they are practically the conclusions arrived at by a distinguished modern psychologist, William James, who says in his Psychology, quote, "The states of consciousness are all that psychology requires to do her work with. Metaphysics or theology may prove the soul to exist, but for psychology, the hypothesis of such a substantial principle of unity is superfluous." End quote. And again, quote, "In this book, the provisional solution which we have reached must be the final one. The thoughts themselves are the thinkers." End quote. Footnote 95. William James, Psychology, pages 203 and 216. End footnote. Equally in sympathy with Buddhist ideas is the philosophy of M. Bergson, which holds that movement, change, becoming is everything, and that there is nothing else. No things that move and change and become. Footnote 96. I quote this epitome from Wilden Carr's Henri Bergson, The Philosophy of Change, because the phraseology is thoroughly Buddhist and appears to have the approval of Monsieur Bergson himself. End footnote. Huxley, too, speaking of idealism, said, quote, "What Berkeley does not seem to have so clearly perceived is that the non-existence of a substance of mind is equally arguable. It is a remarkable indication of the subtlety of Indian speculation that Gautama should have seen deeper than the greatest of modern idealists." End quote. Footnote 97. Romaine's Lecture, 1893. End footnote. Even Mr. Bradley says, quote, "The soul is a particular group of psychical events, insofar as those events are taken merely as happening in time." End quote. Footnote 98. Appearance, page 298. End footnote. There is a smack of the Pitakas about this, although Mr. Bradley's philosophy as a whole shows little sympathy for Buddhism, but a wondrous resemblance, both in thought and language, to the Vedanta. This is the more remarkable because there is no trace in his works of Sanskrit learning or even of Indian influence at second hand. A peculiarly original and independent mind seems to have worked its way to many of the doctrines of the Advaita without entirely adopting its general conclusions. For I doubt if Sankara would have said, quote, "the positive relation of every appearance as an adjective to reality, and the presence of reality among its appearances in different degrees and with different values, this double truth we have found to be the center of philosophy." End quote. But still, this is the gist of many Vedantic utterances, both early and late. Footnote 99. Thus, the Svetasvatara Upanishad says that the whole world is filled with the parts or limbs of God, and metaphors like sparks from a fire or threads from a spider seem an attempt to express the same idea. Brahmana Aranyaka Upanishad 2:1-20. Mundaka Upanishad 2:1-1. End footnote. Gaudapada states that the world of appearance is due to svabhava, or the essential nature of Brahman, and I imagine that the thought here is the same as when Mr. Bradley says that the absolute is positively present in all appearances. Among many coincidences, both in thought and expression, I note the following. Mr. Bradley says, quote, "The perfect means the identity of idea and existence, accompanied by pleasure," end quote, which is almost the verbal equivalent of Saksiddhinanda. Footnote 100. Appearance, page 244. Essays on Truth, page 409. Appearance, page 413. Though the above quotations are all from Mr. Bradley, I might have added others from Mr. Bosanquet's Gifford Lectures and from Mr. McTaggart. End footnote. Quote, "The universe is one reality which appears in finite centers." End quote. Quote, "How there can be such a thing as appearance, we do not understand." End quote. In the same way, Vedantists and Mahayanists can offer no explanation of Maya, or whatever is the power which makes the universe of phenomena. Again, he holds that neither our bodies nor our souls, as we commonly understand the word, are truly real, and he denies the reality of progress. Quote, "For nothing perfect, nothing genuinely real can move." End quote. Footnote 101. Quote, "The plurality of souls in the absolute is therefore appearance, and their existence not genuine. Souls, like their bodies, are as such nothing more than appearance. Neither body and soul is real in the end. Each is merely phenomenal." End quote. Appearance, pages 305 to 307. End footnote. And his discussion of the difficulty of reconciling the ideas of God and the absolute, and specially the phrase, quote, "short of the absolute, God cannot rest, and having reached that goal he is lost, and religion with him," end quote, is an epitome of the oscillations of philosophic Hinduism, which feels the difficulty far more keenly than European religion, because ideas analogous to the absolute are a more vital part of religion, as distinguished from metaphysics, in India than in Europe. Footnote 102. Since I wrote this, I have read Mr. Wells' book, God, the Invisible King. Mr. Wells knows that he is indebted to Oriental thought, and thinks that European religion in the future may be so too. But I do not know if he realizes how nearly his God coincides with the Mahayanist conception of a bodhisattva such as Avalokita or Manjusri. These great beings have, as bodhisattvas, a beginning. They are not the creators of the world, but masters and conquerors of it and helpers of mankind. They have courage and eternal youth, and Manjusri, quote, bears a sword, that clean, discriminating weapon, end quote. Like most Asiatics, Mr. Wells cannot allow his God to be crucified, and he draws a distinction between God and the veiled being, very like that made by Indians between Isvara and Brahman. End footnote. Nor can Indian ideas as to Maya and the unreality of matter be dismissed as curious dreams of mystical brains, for the most recent phases of physics, a science which changes its fundamental ideas as often as philosophy, tend to regard matter as electrical charges in motion. This theory is a phrase rather than an explanation, but it has a real affinity to Indian phrases which say that Brahman or Sakti, which are forces, produce the illusion of the world. I am not venturing here on any general comparison of European and Indian thought. My object is merely to point out that the latter contains many ideas to which British philosophers find themselves led, and from which, when they have discovered them in their own way, they do not shrink. It can hardly then be without interest to see how these ideas have been elaborated, often more boldly and thoroughly, in Asia. End section 25.
Book 2. Early Indian Religion, A General View. In this book, I shall briefly sketch the condition of religion in India prior to the rise of Buddhism, and in so doing shall be naturally led to indicate several of the fundamental ideas of Hinduism. For few old ideas have entirely perished, new deities, new sects, and new rites have arisen, but the main theories of the older Upanishads still command respect, and modern reformers try to justify their teaching from the ancient texts. But I do not propose to discuss in detail the religion of the Vedic hymns, for, so far as it can be distinguished from later phases, it looks backward rather than forward. It is important to students of comparative mythology, of the origin of religion, of the Aryan race. But it represents rather what the Aryans brought into India than what was invented in India, and it is this latter which assumes a prominent place in the intellectual history of the world as Hinduism and Buddhism. The ancient nature gods of the wind and the dawn have little place in the mental horizon of either Buddha or Bhagavad Gita, and even when the old names regain, the beings who bear them generally have new attributes. Still, Vedic texts are used in modern worship, and in many respects there is a real continuity of thought. In the first chapter, I inquire whether there is any element common to the religions of India and to the countries of Eastern Asia, and find that the worship of nature spirits and the veneration of ancestors prevail throughout the whole of this vast region and have not been suppressed by Buddhism or Brahmanism. Then, coming to the purely Indian sphere, I have thought it might not be amiss to give an epitome of such parts of Indian history as are of importance for religion. Next, I endeavor to explain how the social institutions of India and the unique position acquired by the Brahman aristocracy have determined the character of Hindu religion, protean and yet unmistakably Indian in all its phases, and I also investigate the influence of the belief in rebirth which from the time of the Upanishads onwards dominates Indian thought. In the 4th and 5th chapters, I trace the survival of some ancient ideas and show how many attributes of the Vedic gods can be found in modern deities who are at first sight widely different, and how theories of salvation by sacrifice or asceticism or knowledge have been similarly persistent. In the 6th chapter, I attempt to give a picture of religious life, both Brahmanic and non-Brahmanic, as it existed in India about the time when the Buddha was born. Of the non-Brahmanic sects which then flourished, most have disappeared, but one, namely the Jains, has survived and left a considerable record in literature and art. I have therefore devoted a chapter to it here. My object in this book is to discuss the characteristics of Indian religion which are not only fundamental but ancient. Hence, this is not the place to dwell on bhakti or relatively modern theistic sects, however great their importance in later Hinduism may be. End of section 26. Religions of India and Eastern Asia. The country with which this work deals are roughly speaking India with Ceylon, Indochina with parts of the Malay archipelago, Japan and China with the neighboring regions such as Tibet and Mongolia. All of them have been more or less influenced by Hinduism and Buddhism, and in hardly any of them is Mohammedanism the prominent creed, though it may have numerous adherents. Footnote 103. The Malay countries are the only exception. End footnote. The rest of Asia is mainly Mohammedan or Christian, and though a few Buddhists may be found even in Europe, such as the Kalmucks, still neither Hinduism nor Buddhism has met with general acceptance west of India. In one sense, the common element in the religion of all these countries is the presence of Indian ideas, due in most cases to Buddhism, which is the export form of Hinduism, although Brahmanic Hinduism reached Cambodia and the archipelago. But this is not the element on which I wish now to insist. I would rather inquire whether, apart from the diffusion of ideas which has taken place in historical times, there is any common substratum in the religious temperament of this area, any fund of primitive or at least prehistoric ideas shared by its inhabitants. Such common ideas will be deep-seated and not obvious, for it needs but little first-hand acquaintance with Asia to learn that all generalizations about the spirit of the East require careful testing, and that such words as Asiatic or Oriental do not connote one type of mind. For instance, in China and Japan, the control of the state over religion is exceptionally wrong. In India, it is exceptionally weak. The religious temperaments of these nations differ from one another as much as the Mohammedan and European temperaments, and the fact that many races have adopted Buddhism and refashioned it to their liking does not indicate that their mental texture is identical. The cause of this superficial uniformity is rather that Buddhism in its prime had no serious rivals in either activity or profundity, but presented itself to the inhabitants of Eastern Asia as preeminently the religion of civilized men, and was often backed by the support of princes. Yet one cannot help thinking that its success in Eastern Asia and its failure in the West are not due merely to politics and geography, but must correspond with some racial idiosyncrasies. Though it is hard to see what mental features are common to the dreamy Hindus and the practical Chinese, it may be true that throughout Eastern Asia, for one reason or another, such as political despotism, want of military spirit, or on the other hand, a tendency to regard the family, the clan, or the state as the unit, the sense of individuality is weaker than in Western Asia or Europe, so that pantheism and quietism, with their doctrines of vanity of the world and the bliss of absorption, arouse less opposition from robust lovers of life. This is the most that can be stated, and it does not explain why there are many Buddhists in Japan but none in Persia. But apart from Buddhism and all creeds which have received a name, certain ideas are universal in this vast region. One of them is the belief in nature spirits, being who dwell in rocks, trees, streams, and other natural objects, and possess in their own sphere considerable powers of doing good or ill. The Nagas, Yakshas, and Bhutas of India, the Naths of Burma, the Peis of Siam, the Kami of Japan, and the Shen of China are a few items in a list which might be indefinitely extended. In many countries, this ghostly population is as numerous as the birds of the forest. They haunt every retired spot and perch unseen under the eaves of every house. Theology has not usually troubled itself to define their status, and it may even be uncertain whether respect is shown to the spirits inhabiting streams and mountain peaks or to the peaks and streams themselves. Footnote 104. Thus, Muturi, quoted in Ashton's Shinto, page 9, says, "Birds, beasts, plants and trees, seas and mountains, and all other things whatsoever which deserve to be dreaded and revered for the extraordinary and preeminent powers which they possess are called kami." End footnote. They may be kindly, though generally requiring punctilious attention, or mischievous or determined enemies of mankind. But infinite as are their variations, the ordinary Asiatic no more doubts their existence than he doubts the existence of animals. The position which they enjoy, like their character, is various, for in Asia deities like men have careers which depend on luck. Many of them remain mere elves or goblins, some become considerable local deities, but often they occupy a position intermediate between real gods and fairies. Thus, in southern India, Burma and Ceylon may be seen humble shrines, which are not exactly temples, but the abodes of beings whom prudent people respect. They have little concern with the destinies of the soul or the observance of the moral law, but much to do with the vagaries of rivers and weather and with the prosperity of the village. Though these spirits may attain a higher position within a certain district, as for instance Mahasaman, the deity of Adam's Peak in Ceylon, they are not of the same stuff as the great gods of Asia. These latter are syntheses of many ideas, and centuries of human thought have labored on their gigantic figures. It is true that the mental attitude which defies the village stream is fundamentally the same as that which worships the sun, but in the latter case the magnitude of the phenomenon defied sets it even for the most rustic mind in another plane. Also, the nature gods of the Veda are not quite the same as the nature spirits which the Indian peasants worship today, and worshipped, as the Pitakas tells us, in the time of the Buddha. For the Vedic deities are such forces as fire and light, wind and water. This is nature worship, but the worship of nature generalized, not of some bold rock or mysterious rustling tree. It may be that a migratory life, such as the ancient Aryans at one time led, inclined their minds to these wider views, since neither the family nor the tribe had an abiding interest in any one place. Thus, the ancestors of the Turks in the days before Islam worshipped the spirits of the sky, earth, and water, whereas the more civilized but sedentary Chinese had genii for every hamlet, pool, and hillock. It is difficult to say whether monotheism is a development of this nature worship or has another origin. In Japanese religion, the monotheistic tendency is markedly absent. The sun goddess is the principal deity but remains simply prima inter pares. But in the ancient religion of China, Tian, or heaven, also called Shangti, the supreme ruler, though somewhat shadowy and impersonal, does become an omnipotent providence without even approximate rivals. Other superhuman beings are in comparison with him merely angels. Unfortunately, the early history of Chinese religion is obscure and the documents scanty. In India, however, the evolution of pantheism or theism, though usually with a pantheistic tinge, out of the worship of nature forces, seem clear. These gods or forces are seen to melt into one another and to be aspects of one another until the mind naturally passes on to the idea that they are all manifestations of one force finding expression in human consciousness as well as in physical phenomena. The animist and pantheist represent different stages but not different methods of thought. For the former, every natural object which impresses him is alive. The latter concurs in this view, only he thinks the universe is instinct with one and the same life displaying itself in infinite variety. One difficulty incidental to the treatment of Asiatic religions in European languages is the necessity, or at any rate the ineradicable habit, of using well-known words like God and soul as the equivalents of Asiatic terms which have not precisely the same content and which often imply a different point of view. For practical life, it is wise and charitable to minimize religious differences and emphasize points of agreement. But this willingness to believe that others think as we do becomes a veritable vice if we are attempting an impartial exposition of their ideas. If the English word God means the deity of ordinary Christianity, who is much the same as Allah or Jehovah, that is to say, the creator of the world and enforcer of the moral law, then it would be better never to use this word in writing of the religions of India and Eastern Asia, for the concept is almost entirely foreign to them. The nature spirits of which we have been speaking are clearly not God. When an Indian peasant brings offerings to the tomb of a deceased brigand, or the Emperor of China promotes some departed worthy to be a deity of a certain class, we call the ceremony deification, but there is not the smallest intention of identifying the person deified with the Supreme Being, and odd as it may seem, the worship of such gods is compatible with monotheism or atheism. In China, Shangti is less definite than God, and it does not appear that he is thought of as the creator of the world and of human souls. Footnote 105. This impersonality is perhaps a later characteristic. The original form of the Chinese character for tea in heaven represented a man. The Old Finnish and Samoyedi names for God, Ukko and Num, perhaps belong to this stage of thought. End footnote. Even the greater Hindu deities are not really God, for those who follow the higher life can neglect and almost despise them without, however, denying their existence. On the other hand, Brahman, the pantheos of India, though equal to the Christian God in majesty, is really a different conception, for he is not a creator in the ordinary sense. He is impersonal, and though not evil, yet he transcends both good and evil. He might seem merely a force more suited to be the subject matter of science than of religion, were not meditation on him the occupation, and union with him the goal of many devout lives. And even when Indian deities are most personal, as in the Vishnuite sects, it will be generally found that their relation to the world and the soul are not those of the Christian God. It is because the conception of superhuman existence is so different in Europe and Asia that Asiatic religions often seem contradictory or corrupt. Buddhism and Jainism, which we describe as atheistic and the colorless, respectable religion of educated Chinese, become in their outward manifestations unblushingly polytheistic. Similar difficulties and ambiguities attend the use of the word soul, for Buddhism, which is supposed to hold that there is no soul, preaches retribution in future existences for acts done in this and seeks to terrify the evildoer with the pains of hell. Whereas the philosophy of the Brahmins, which inculcates a belief in the soul, seems to teach in some of its phases that the disembodied and immortal soul has no consciousness in the ordinary human sense. Here, language is dealing with the same problems as those which we describe by such phrases as the soul, immortality, and continuous existence, but it is striving to express ideas for which we have little sympathy and no adequate terminology. They will be considered later. But one attitude towards that which survives death is almost universal in Eastern Asia and also easily intelligible. It finds expression in the ceremonies known as ancestor worship. This practice has attracted special attention in China, where it is the commonest and most conspicuous form of religious observance, but it is equally prevalent amongst the Hindus, though less prominent because it is only one among the many rites which engage the attention of that most devout nation. It is one of the main constituents in the religions of Indochina and Japan, though the best authorities think that it was not the predominant element in the oldest form of Shinto. It is less prominent among the Tibeto-Burmese tribes, but not absent, for in Tibet there are both good and evil ghosts who demand recognition by appropriate rites. It is sometimes hard to distinguish it from the worship of natural forces. For instance, in China and southern India, most villages have a local deity who is often nameless. The origin of such deities may be found either in a departed worthy or in some striking phenomenon or in the association of the two. The cult of ghosts may be due either fear or affection, and both motives are found in Eastern Asia. But though abundant examples of propitiation of angry spirits can be cited, respect and consideration for the dead are the feelings which usually inspire these ceremonies at the present day and form the chief basis of family religion. There is no need to explain this sentiment. It is much stronger in Asia than in Europe, but some of its manifestations may be paralleled by masses and prayers for the dead, others by the care bestowed on graves and by notices in memoriam. As a rule, both in China and India, only the last 3 generations are honored in these ceremonies. The reason is obvious. The more ancient ancestors have ceased to be living memories, but it might be hard to find a theoretical justification for neglecting them, and it is remarkable that in all parts of Asia, the cult of the dead fits very awkwardly into the official creeds. It is not really consistent with any doctrine of metempsychosis or with Buddhist teachings as to the impermanence of the ego. In China may be found the further inconsistency that the spirit of a departed relative may receive the tribute of offerings and salutations called ancestor worship, while at the same time Buddhist services are being performed for his deliverance from hell. But of the wide distribution, antiquity, and strength of the cult there can be no doubt. It is anterior not only to Brahmanism but to the doctrines of transmigration and karma, and the main occupation of Buddhist priests in China and Japan is the performance of ceremonies supposed to benefit the dead. Even within Buddhism, these practices cannot be dismissed as a late or foreign corruption. In the Khodakka Pantha, which, if not belonging to the most ancient part of the Buddhist canon, is at least pre-Christian and purely Indian, the dead are represented as waiting for offerings and as blessing those who give them. It is also curious that a recent work called Raymond by Sir O. Lodge, 1916, gives a view of the state after death which is substantially that of the Chinese. For its teaching is that the dead retain their personality, concern themselves with the things of this world, know what is going to happen here, and can to some extent render assistance to the living. Footnote 106. See the account of the Faunus message in this book. End footnote. Also, and this point is especially remarkable, burning and mutilation of the body seem to inconvenience the dead. Early Chinese work prescribed that during the performance of ancestral rites, the ghosts are to be represented by people known as the personators of the dead, who receive the offerings and are supposed to be temporarily possessed by spirits and to their mouthpieces. Possession by ghosts or other spirits is, in popular esteem, of frequent occurrence in India, China, Japan, and Indochina. It is one of the many factors which have contributed to the ideas of incarnation and deification, that is, that gods can become men and men gods. In Europe, the spheres of the human and divine are strictly separated. To pass from one to the other is exceptional. A single incarnation is regarded as an epoch-making event of universal importance. But in Asia, the frontiers are not thus rigidly delimited, nor are God and man thus opposed. The ordinary dead become powers in the spirit world and can bless or injure here. The great dead become deities. In another order of ideas, the dead immediately become reincarnate and reappear on earth. The gods take the shape of men, sometimes for the space of a human life, sometimes for a shorter apparition. Many teachers in India have been revered as partial incarnations of Vishnu, and most of the higher clergy in Tibet claims to be Buddhas or Bodhisattvas manifest in the flesh. There is no proof that the doctrine of metempsychosis existed in Eastern Asia independently of Indian influence, but the ready acceptance accorded to it was largely due to the prevalent feeling that the worlds of men and spirit are divided by no great gulf. It is quite natural to step into the spirit world and back again into this. It will not have escaped the reader's attention that many of the features which I have noticed as common to the religions of Eastern Asia, such as the worship of nature spirits and ancestors, are not peculiar to those countries but are almost, if not quite, universal in certain stages of religious development. They can, for instance, be traced in Europe. but whereas they exist here as survivals discernible only to the eye of research and even at the beginning of the Christian era had ceased to be the obvious characteristics of European paganism, in Asia they are still obvious. Age and logic have not impaired their vigor, and official theology, far from persecuting them, has accommodated its shape to theirs. This brings us to another point where the linguist's difficulty again makes itself felt, namely, that the word religion has not quite the same meaning in Eastern Asia as in Mohammedan and Christian lands. I know of no definition which would cover Christianity, Buddhism, Confucianism, and the superstitions of African savages, for the four have little community of subject matter or aim. If any definition can be found, it must, I think, be based on some superficial characteristic such as ceremonial. Nor is there any objection to refusing the title of religion to Buddhism and Confucianism, except that an inconvenient lacunae would remain in our vocabulary, for they are not adequately described as philosophies. A crucial instance of the difference in the ideas prevalent in Europe and Eastern Asia is the fact that in China, many people belong to 2 or 3 religions, and it would seem that when Buddhism existed in India, the common practice was similar. Paganism and spiritual religion can coexist in the same mind, provided their spheres are kept distinct. But Christianity and Islam both retain the idea of a jealous God who demands not only exclusive devotion but also exclusive belief. To believe in other gods is not only erroneous, it is disobedience and disloyalty. But such ideas have little currency in Eastern Asia, especially amongst Buddhists. The Buddha is not a creator or a king, but rather a physician. He demands no allegiance, and for those who disobey him, the only punishment is continuance of the disease. And though Indian deities may claim personal and exclusive devotion, yet in defining and limiting beliefs, their priests are less exacting than papal or Muslim doctors. Despite sectarian formulas, the Hindu cherishes broader ideas such as that all deities are forms and passing shapes of one essence, that all have their proper places, and that gods, creeds, and ceremonies are necessary helps in the lower stages of the religious life but immaterial to the adept. It does not follow from this that Hindus are lukewarm or insincere in their convictions. On the contrary, faith is more intense and more widely spread among them than in Europe. Nor can it be said that their religion is something detachable from ordinary life. The burden of daily observances prescribed and duly borne seem to us intolerable. But Buddhism and many forms of Hinduism present themselves as methods of salvation with a simplicity and singleness of aim which may be paralleled in the Gospels but only rarely in the national churches of Europe. The pious Buddhist is one who molds his life and thoughts according to a certain law. He is not much concerned with worshipping the gods of the state or city, but has nothing against such worship. His aim and procedure have nothing to do with spirits who give wealth and children or avert misfortune. But since such matters are of great interest to mankind, he is naturally brought into contact with them, and he has no more objection to a religious service for procuring rain than to a scientific experiment for the same purpose. Similarly, Confucians follow a system of ethics which is sufficient for a gentleman and accords to a decorous recognition to a supreme being and ancestral spirits. Much concession to superstition would be reprehensible according to this code, but if a Confucian honors some deity either for his private objects or because it is part of his duties as a magistrate, he is not offending Confucius. He is simply engaging in an act which has nothing to do with Confucianism. The same distinction often applies in Indian religions, but is less clear there, because both the higher doctrine as well as ordinary ceremonial and mythology are described under one name as Hinduism. But if a native of southern India occasionally sacrifices a buffalo to placate some village spirit, it does not follow that all his religious notions are of this barbarous type. Asiatic ideas as to the relations between religions are illustrated by an anecdote related to me in Assam. Christianity has made many converts among the Khasis, a non-Hindu tribe of that region, and a successful revival meeting extending over a week was once held in a district of professing Christians. When the week was over and the missionaries gone, the Khasis performed a ceremony in honor of their tribal deities. Their pastors regarded this as a woeful lapse from grace, but no disbelief in Christianity or change of faith was implied. The Khasis had embraced Christianity in the same spirit that animated the ancient disciples of the Buddha. It was the higher law which spoke of a new life and of the world to come. But it was not understood that it offered to take over the business of the local deities, to look after crops and pigs and children, to keep smallpox, tigers and serpents in order. Nobody doubted the existence of spirit who regulated these matters, while admitting that ethics and the road to heaven were not in their department, and therefore it was thought wise to supplement the Christian ceremonies by others held in their honor, and thus let them see that they were not forgotten and run no risk of incurring their enmity. My object in this chapter is to point out at the very beginning that in Asia, the existence of a duly labeled religion such as Buddhism or Confucianism does not imply the suppression of older nameless beliefs, especially about nature, spirits and ghosts. In China and many other countries, we must not be surprised to find Buddhists honoring spirits who have nothing to do with Buddhism. In India, we must not suppose that the doctrines of Ramanuja or any other great teacher are responsible for the crudities of village worship, nor yet rashly assume that the villager is ignorant of them. End of section 27. Historical. It may be useful to insert here a brief sketch of Indian history, but its aim is merely to outline the surroundings in which Hindu religion and philosophy grew up. It, therefore, passes slightly over much which is important from other points of view and is intended for reference rather than for continuous reading. An indifference to history, including biography, politics, and geography, is the great defect of Indian literature. Not only are there few historical treatises, but even historical allusions are rare, and this curious vagueness is not peculiar to any age or district. Footnote 107. The chief exception in Sanskrit is the Raja Tarangani, a chronicle of Kashmir composed in 1148 AD. There are also a few panegyrics of contemporary monarchs, such as the Harshacharitra of Bana and some of the Purans, especially the Matsya and Vayu. Contain historical material. See Vincent Smith, Early History of India, Chapter 1, Section 2, and Pargitar Dynasties of the Kali Age. The Greek and Roman accounts of ancient India have been collected by McCrindle in 6 volumes, 1877 to 1901. End footnote. It is as noticeable among the Dravidians of the south as among the speakers of Aryan languages in the north. It prevails from Vedic times until the Mohammedan quests, which produced chronicles, though it did not induce Brahmins to write them in Sanskrit. The lacuna is being slowly filled up by the labors of European scholars who have collected numerous data from an examination of inscriptions, monuments, and coins, from the critical study of Hindu literature, and from research in foreign, especially Chinese, accounts of ancient India. At first sight, the history of India seems mainly a record of invasions, the annals of a land that was always receptive and fated to be conquered. The coast is poor in ports and the nearest foreign shore distant. The land frontiers offer more temptation to invaders than to immigrants. The Vedic Aryans, Persians, Greeks, and hordes of innumerable from Central Asia poured in century after century through the passages of the northwestern mountains, and after the arrival of Vasco da Gama, other hordes came from Europe by sea. But the armies and fleets of India can tell no similar story of foreign victories. This picture, however, neglects the fact that large parts of Indochina and the Malay archipelago, including Cambodia, Champa, Java, and even Borneo, received not only civilization but colonists and rulers from India. In the north too, Nepal, Kashmir, Khotan, and many other districts might at one time or another be legitimately described as conquered or tributary countries. It may be indeed be justly objected that Indian literature knows nothing of Cambodia and other lands where Indian buildings have been discovered, and that the people of India were unconscious of having conquered them. Footnote 108. The inscriptions of the Chola king, however, circa 1000 AD, seems to boast of conquests to the east of India. Sicoedes le Royame de Krivijaya in BEFEO 1980. End footnote. But Indian literature is equally unconscious of the conquests made by Alexander, Kanishka, and many others. Poets and philosophers were little interested in the expeditions of princes, whether native or foreign. But if by India is meant the country bounded by the sea and northern mountains, it undoubtedly sent armies and colonists to regions far beyond these limits, both in the southeast and the north, and if the expansion of a country is to be measured not merely by territorial acquisition, but by the diffusion of its institutions, religion, art, and literature, then the conquests of the Dhamma, to use Ashoka's phrase, including China, Japan, Tibet, and Mongolia. The fact that the Hindus paid no attention to these conquests and the spread of their civilization argues a curious lack of interest in national questions and an inability to see or utilize political opportunities, which must be the result of temperament rather than of distracting invasions. For the long interval between the defeat of the Huns in 526 AD and the raids of Mahmud of Ghazni about 1000 AD, which was almost entirely free from foreign inroads, seems precisely the period when the want of political ideas and constructive capacity was most marked. Nor were the incursions always destructive and sterile. The invaders, though they had generally more valor than culture of their own, often brought with them foreign art and ideas, Hellenic, Persian, or Mohammedan. Naturally, the northern districts felt their violence most, as well as the new influences which they brought, whereas the south became the focus of Hindu politics and culture, which radiated thence northwards again. Yet, on the whole, seeing how vast is the area occupied by the Hindus, how great the differences not only of race but of language, it is remarkable how large a measure of uniformity exists among them. Of course, I exclude Mohammedans in things religious and intellectual. Hinduism ranges from the lowest superstition to the highest philosophy, but the stages are not distributed geographically. Pilgrims go from Badrinath to Rameshwaram. The Vaishnavism of Trichinopoli, Mutra, and Bengal does not differ in essentials. The worship of the Linga can be seen almost anywhere. And though India has often been receptive, this receptivity has been deliberate and discriminating. Great as was the advance of Islam, the resistance offered to it was even more remarkable, and at the present day it cannot be said that in the things which most interested them, Indian minds are specially hospitable to British ideas. The relative absence of political unity seems due to want of interest in politics. It is often said that the history of India in pre-Mohammedan times is an unintelligible, or at least unreadable, record of the complicated quarrels and the varying frontiers of small states. Yet this is as true of the history of the Italian as of the Indian peninsula. The real reason why Indian history seems tedious and intricate is that large interests are involved only in the greatest struggles, such as the efforts to repulse the Huns or Mohammedans. The ordinary wars, though conducted on no small scale, did not involve such causes or principles as the strife of Roundheads with Cavaliers. With rare exceptions, states and empires were regarded as the property of their monarchs. Religion claimed to advise kings, like other wealthy persons, as to their duties and opportunities, and ministers became the practical rulers of kingdoms, just as a steward may get the management of an estate into his hands. but it rarely occurred to Hindus that other persons in the estate had any right to a share in the government, or that a Raja could be dispossessed by anybody but another Raja. Of that, indeed, there was no lack. Not only had every sovereign to defend himself against the enemies in his own house, but external politics seems based on the maxim that it is the duty of a powerful ruler to increase his territory by direct and unprovoked attacks on his neighbors. There is hardly a king of eminence who did not expand his power in this way, and the usual history of a royal house is successful aggression followed by collapse when weaker hands were unable to hold the inherited handful. Even moderately long intervals of peace are rare, yet all the while we seem to be dealing not with the expansion or decadence of a nation, but with great nobles who add to their estates or go bankrupt. These features of Indian politics are illustrated by the Arthashastra, a manual of statecraft attributed to Chanakya, the minister of Chandragupta, and sometimes called the Indian Machiavelli. Its authenticity has been disputed, but it is now generally accepted by scholars as an ancient work composed, if not in the 4th century, at least sometime before the Christian era. It does not, like Manu and other Brahmanic law books, gives regulations for an ideal kingdom, but frankly describes the practice of kings. The form of states contemplated is a small kingdom surrounded by others like it, and war is assumed to be their almost normal relation, but due to the taste or policy of kings, not to national aspirations or economic causes. Towards the Brahmins, a king has certain moral obligations, towards his subjects and fellow monarchs none. It is assumed that his object is to obtain money from his subjects, conquer his neighbors, and protect himself by espionage and severe punishments against the attacks to which he is continually exposed, especially at the hands of his sons. But the author does not allow his prince a life of pleasure. He is to work hard, and the first thing he has to attend to are religious matters. The difficulty of writing historical epitomes which are either accurate or readable is well known, and to outline the events which have occurred in the vast area called India during the last 2500 years is a specially arduous task, for it is almost impossible to frame a narrative which follows the fortunes of the best-known Hindu kingdoms and also does justice to the influence of southern India and Islam. It may be useful to tabulate the principal periods, but the table is not continuous, and even when there is no gap in chronology, it often happens that only one political area is illuminated amid the general darkness, and that this area is not the same for many centuries. 1. From about 500 to 200 BC, Magadha, the modern Bihar, was the principal state, and the dominions of its great king Ashoka were almost the same as British India today. 2. In the immediately succeeding period, many invaders entered from the northwest. Some were Greeks and some Iranians, but the most important were the Kushans, who ruled over an empire embracing both northwestern India and regions beyond it in Afghanistan and Central Asia. This empire came to an end in the 3rd century AD, but the causes of its collapse are obscure. 3. The native Hindu dynasty of the Guptas began to rule in 320 AD. Its dominions included nearly all northern India, but it was destroyed by the invasions of the Huns in the 5th and 6th centuries. 4. The Hindu emperor Harsha, 606 to 647 AD, practically reconstituted the Gupta Empire, but his dominion split up after his death. At the same time, another empire which extended from Gujarat to Madras was founded by Pulakesin, a prince from the south, a region which, though by no means uncivilized, had hitherto played a small part in the general history of India. 5. From 650 to 1000 AD, India was divided among numerous independent kingdoms. There was no central power, but Bengal and Deccan were more prominent than previously. 6. After 1000 AD, the conquests of Mohammedan invaders became important, and the Hindu states of northern and central India collapsed or grew weak. but the Hindus held out in Rajputana, Odisha, and above all in Vijayanagar. 7. In 1526 came the invasion of the Mughals, who founded an empire which at its zenith, 1556 to 1707, included all India except the extreme south. In its decadence, the Marathas and Sikhs became powerful and Europeans began to intervene. It is generally agreed that at a period which, though not fixed, was anterior to 1000 BC, a body of invaders known as Aryans and nearly akin to the ancient Iranians entered India through the northwestern mountains. Footnote 109. Very different opinions have been held as to whether this date should be approximately 1500 BC or 3000 BC. The strong resemblance of the hymns of the Rig Veda to those of the Avesta is in favor of the less ancient date, but the date of the Gathas can hardly be regarded as certain. End footnote. They found there other tribes not deficient in civilization, but unable to offer any effective resistance. These tribes who retired southwards are commonly known as Dravidians and possibly represent an earlier invasion of Central Asiatic tribes allied to the remote ancestors of the Turks and Mongols. Footnote 110. Linguistically, there seems to be two distinct divisions, the Dravidians and Munda, Kolarian. Footnote 111. The affinity between the Dravidian and Ural-Altai groups of languages has often been suggested but has met with skepticism. Any adequate treatment of this question demands a comparison of the earliest forms known in both groups, and as to this I have no pretension to speak. But circumstances have led me to acquire at different times some practical acquaintances with the Turkish and Finnish, as well as a slight literary knowledge of Tamil, and having these data, I cannot help being struck by the general similarity shown in the structure both of words and of sentences, particularly the use of gerunds and constructions which replace relative sentences, and by some resemblances in vocabulary. On the other hand, the pronouns and consequently the conjugation of verbs show remarkable differences. But the curious Brahui language, which is classed as Dravidian, has negative forms in which pa is inserted into the verb, as in Yakut Turkish, example given, Yakut bis pa pin, I do not cut. Brahui khan para, I do not see. The plural of nouns in Brahui uses the suffixes k and t, which are found in the Finnish group and in Hungarian. End footnote. At the time when the earlier hymns of the Rig Veda were composed, the Aryans apparently lived in the Punjab and did not know the sea, the Vindhya mountains, or the Narmada river. They included several tribes, among whom 5 were specially mentioned, and we hear that a great battle was fought on the Ravi, in which a confederation of 10 kings, who wished to force a passage to the east, was repulsed by Sudas, chief of the Tritsas. Still, the southeastern movement across the modern United Provinces to the borders of Bengal continued, and so far as our records go, it was in this direction rather than due south or southwest that the Aryans chiefly advanced. Footnote 112. See the legend in Satpatha Brahmana, 1st, 4:1:14 ff. End footnote. When the Brahmanas and earlier Upanishads were composed, 800 to 600 BC, the principal political units were the kingdoms of the Panchalas and Kurus in the region of Delhi. The city of Ayodhya, Audh, is also credited with a very ancient but legendary history. The real history of India begins with the life of the Buddha, who lived in the 6th century BC. Footnote 113. This much seems sure, but whereas European scholars were till recently agreed that he died about 487 BC, it is now suggested that 543 may be nearer the true date. See Vincent Smith in Oxford History of India, 1920, page 48. End footnote. At that time, the small states of northern India, which were apparently oligarchies or monarchies restricted by the powers of a tribal council, were in process of being absorbed by larger states which were absolute monarchies, and this remained the normal form of government in both Hindu and Muslim times. The Kosala or Oudh absorbed the kingdom of Benares, but was itself conquered by Magadha or Bihar, the chief city of which was Pataliputra or Patna, destined to become the capital of India. We also know that at this period, and for about 2 centuries later, the Persian Empire had 2 satrapies, which, within the limits of modern India, one called India, including the country east of the Indus and possibly part of the Punjab, and the other called Gandhara, Peshawar, containing Takshila, a celebrated university. Footnote 114. Pali Takasila, Greek Taxila. It was near the modern Rawalpindi and is frequently mentioned in the Jatakas as an ancient and well-known place. End footnote. The situation of this seat of learning is important, for it was frequented by students from other districts, and they must have felt there in early times Persian and afterwards Hellenistic influence. There are clear signs of Persian influence in India in the reign of Ashoka. Of Magadha there is little to be said for the next century and a half, but it appears to have remained the chief state of northern India. In 327 BC, Alexander the Great, after overthrowing the Persian Empire, invaded India, where he remained only 19 months. He probably intended to annex Sindh and the Punjab permanently to his empire, but he died in 323, and in the next year, Chandragupta, an exiled scion of the royal house of Magadha, put an end to the Macedonian authority in India and then seized the throne of his ancestors. He founded the Maurya dynasty, under which Magadha expanded into an empire comprising all India except the extreme south. Seleucus Nicator, who had inherited the Asiatic possessions of Alexander and wished to assert his authority, came into collision with Chandragupta, but was completely worsted, and about 303 BC concluded a treaty by which he ceded the districts of Kabul, Herat, and Kandahar. Shortly afterwards, he sent as his ambassador to the court of Patliputra a Greek named Megasthenes, who resided there for a considerable time and wrote an account of the country still extant in a fragmentary form. The grandson of Chandragupta was Ashoka, the first ruler of all India, 273 to 231 BC. His empire extended from Afghanistan almost to Madras and was governed with benevolent but somewhat grandmotherly despotism. He was an ardent Buddhist, and it is mainly owing to his efforts, which are described in more detail below, that Buddhism became during some centuries the dominant faith in India. Ashoka's empire broke up soon after his death in circumstances which are not clear, for we now enter upon one of those chaotic periods which recur from time to time in Indian history, and we have little certain information until the 4th century AD. Andhra, a region including large parts of the districts now called the Northern Sircars, Hyderabad, and central provinces, was the first to revolt from the Mauryas and a dynasty of Andhra kings who claimed to belong to the Satavahana family, ruled until 236 AD over varying but often extensive territories. Footnote 115. Most of them are known by the title of Satakarni. End footnote. What remained of the Maurya throne was usurped in 184 BC by the Shungas, who in their turn were overthrown by the Karnavas. These latter could not withstand the Andhras and collapsed before them about 27 BC. Alexander's invasion produced little direct effect, and no allusion to it has been found in Indian literature. but indirectly it had a great influence on the political, artistic, and religious development of the Hindus by preparing the way for a series of later invasions from the north, which brought with them a mixed culture containing Hellenic, Persian, and other elements. During some centuries, India, as a political region, was not delimited on the northwestern side as it is at present, and numerous principalities rose and fell, which included Indian territory as well as parts of Afghanistan. These states were of at least three classes: Hellenistic, Persian or Parthian, and Scythian, if that word can be properly used to include the Sakas and Kushans. Bactria was a Persian satrapy before Alexander's invasion, but when he passed through it on his way to India, he found 12 cities and settled a considerable number of his soldiers in them. It formed part of the empire of Seleucus, but declared itself independent in 250 BC, about the same time that the Parthians revolted and founded the empire of Arsacidae. The Bactrian kings bore Greek names, and in 209, Antiochus III made peace with one of them called Euthydemus, in common cause against the nomads who threatened Western Asia. Demetrius, the son of this Euthydemus, appears to have conquered Kabul, the Punjab, and Sindh, circa 190 BC, but his reign was troubled by the rebellion of a certain Eucratides, and it is probable that many small and contending frontier states, of which we have a confused record, were ruled by the relatives of one or other of these two princes. The most important of them was Menander, apparently king of the Kabul valley. About 155, he made an incursion to the east, occupied Muttra, and threatened Patliputra itself, but was repulsed. He is celebrated in Buddhist literature as the hero of the questions of Milinda, but his coins, though showing some Buddhist emblems, indicate that he was also a worshipper of Pallas. Shortly after this, Hellenic influence in Bactria was overwhelmed by the invasion of the Yuanche, though the Greek principalities in the Punjab may have lasted considerably longer. In the reign of Mithridates, 171 to 138 BC, the Parthian Empire was limitrophy with India, and possibly his authority extended beyond the Indus. A little later, the Parthian dependencies included two satrapies, Arachosia and the western Punjab, with capitals at Kandahar and Taxila respectively. In the latter ruled kings or viceroys, one of whom, called Gondophares, 20 AD, is celebrated on account of his legendary connection with the Apostle Thomas. More important for the history of India were the conquests of the Sakas and Yuche, nomad tribes of Central Asia similar to the modern Turkomans. Footnote 116, but perhaps not in language. Recent research makes it probable that the Kushans or Yuche used an Iranian idiom. End footnote. The former are first heard of in the basins of the river Ili, and being dislodged by the advance of the Yuche, moved southwards, reaching northwestern India about 150 BC. Here they founded many small principalities, the rulers of which appear to have admitted the suzerainty of the Parthians for some time, and to have borne the title of satraps. It is clear that western India was parcelled out among foreign princes called Sakas, Yavanas, or Pallavas, whose frontiers and mutual relations were constantly changing. The most important of these principalities was known as the Great Satrapy, which included Saurashtra, Kathiawar, with adjacent parts of the mainland, and lasted until about 395 AD. The Yuche started westwards from the frontiers of China about 100 BC and, driving the Sakas before them, settled in Bactria. Here Cadphises, the chief of one of their tribes, called the Kushans, succeeded in imposing his authority on the others, who coalesced into one nation, henceforth known by the tribal name. The chronology of the Kushan Empire is one of the vexed questions of Indian history, and the dates given below are stated positively only because there is no space for adequate discussion and are given with some skepticism, that is, desire for more knowledge founded on facts. Kadphises 1. 15 to 45 AD, after consolidating his empire, led his armies southwards, conquering Kabul and perhaps Kashmir. His successor, Kadphises II, 45 to 78 AD, annexed the whole of northwestern India, including northern Sindh, the Punjab, and perhaps Benares. There was a considerable trade between India and the Roman Empire at this period, and an embassy was sent to Trajan, apparently by Kanishka, 78 to 123 AD, the successor of Kadphises. This monarch played a part in the later history of Buddhism comparable with that of Ashoka in earlier ages. Footnote 117. Fleet and Franke considered that Kanishka preceded the two Kadphises and began to reign about 58 BC. End footnote. He waged war with the Parthians and Chinese, and his empire, which had its capital at Peshawar, included Afghanistan, Bactria, Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khotan, and Kashmir. Footnote 118. He appears to have been defeated in these regions by the Chinese general Pan Chao about 90 AD, but to have been more successful about 15 years later. End footnote. These dominions, which perhaps extended as far as Gaya in the east, were retained by his successor, Huvishka and Vasudeva. But after this period, the Andhra and Kushan dynasties both collapsed as Indian powers, although Kushan kings continued to rule in Kabul. The reasons for their fall are unknown, but may be connected with the rise of Sassanids in Persia. For more than a century, the political history of India is a blank, and little can be said except that the kingdom of Saurashtra continued to exist under a Saka dynasty. Light returns with the rise of the Gupta dynasty, which roughly marks the beginning of modern Hinduism and of a reaction against Buddhism. Though nothing is known of the fortunes of Patliputra, the ancient imperial city of the Mauryas, during the first 3 centuries of our era, it continued to exist. In 320, a local Raja known as Chandragupta I increased his dominions and celebrated his coronation by the institution of the Gupta era. His son Samudragupta continued his conquests and, in the course of an extraordinary campaign concluded about 340 AD, appears to have received the submission of almost the whole peninsula. He made no attempt to retain all this territory, but his effective authority was exercised in a wide district extending from the Hooghly to the rivers Jamuna and Chambal in the west, and from the Himalayas to the Narbada. His son Chandragupta II, or Vikramaditya, added to these possessions Malwa, Gujarat, and Kathiawar, and for more than half a century the Guptas ruled undisturbed over nearly all northern India except Rajputana and Sindh. Their capital was at first Patliputra, but afterwards Kaushambi and Ayodhya became royal residences. The fall of the Guptas was brought about by another invasion of barbarians known as Hunas, Ephthalites, or White Huns, and apparently a branch of the Huns who invaded Europe. Footnote 119, or Hephthalites. The original name seems to have been something like Haptal. End footnote. This branch remained behind in Asia and occupied northern Persia. They invaded India first in 455 and were repulsed, but returned about 490 in greater force and overthrew the Guptas. Their king, Toramana and Mihiragula, were masters of northern India till 540 and had their local capital at Sialkot in the Punjab, though their headquarters were rather in Bamiyan and Balkh. The cruelties of Mihiragula provoked a coalition of Hindu princes. The Huns were driven to the north, and about 565 AD, their destruction was completed by the allied forces of the Persians and Turks. Though they founded no permanent states, their invasion was important, for many of them together with kindred tribes such as the Gujars remained behind when their political power broke up and, like the Sakas and the Kushans before them, contributed to form the population of northwestern India, especially the Rajput clans. The defeat of the Huns was followed by another period of obscurity, but at the beginning of the 7th century, Harsha, 606 to 647 AD, a prince of Thanesar, founded after 35 years of warfare a state which, though it did not outlast his own life, emulated for a time the dimensions and prosperity of the Gupta Empire. We rather from the accounts of the Chinese pilgrim Wang Chang, who visited his court at Kannauj, that the kings of Bengal, Assam and Ujjain were his vassals, but that the Punjab, Sindh and Kashmir were independent. Kalinga, to the south of Bengal, was depopulated, but Harsha was not able to subdue Pulakeshin II, the Chalukya king of the Deccan. Let us now turn for a moment to the history of the south. It is even more obscure both in events and chronology than that of the north, but we must not think of the Dravidian countries as uninhabited or barbarous. Even the classical writers of Europe had some knowledge of them. King Pandya sent a mission to Augustus in 20 BC. Pliny speaks of Madura, and Ptolemy also mentions this town with about 40 others. Footnote 120. Strabo 15, 473. Footnote 121. History, Nationality 6, 23, 26. End footnote. It is said that there was a temple dedicated to Augustus at Muziris, identified with Cranganore. Footnote 122. For authorities, see Vincent Smith, Early History of India, 1908, page 401. End footnote. From an early period, with extreme south of the peninsula was divided into 3 states known as the Pandyas, Cheras, and Chola kingdoms. Footnote 123. The inscriptions of Ashoka mention 4 kingdoms: Pandya, Keralaputra, Chola, and Satyaputra. End footnote. The first corresponded to the districts of Madura and Tinnevelly. Sera or Kerala lay on the west coast in the modern Travancore. The Chola country included Tanjore, Trichinopoly, Madras with the greater part of Mysore. From the 6th to 8th century AD, a 4th power was important, namely the Pallavas, who apparently came from the north of the Madras presidency. They had their capital at Kanjivaram and were generally at war with the 3 kingdoms. Their king, Narasimhavarman, 625 to 645 AD, ruled over the parts of Deccan and most of the Chola country, but after about 750 they declined, whereas the Cholas grew stronger, and Rajaraja, 985 to 1018, whose dominions included the Madras presidency and Mysore, made them the paramount power in southern India, which position they retained until the 13th century. As already mentioned, the Deccan was ruled by the Andhras from 220 BC to 236 AD, but for the next 3 centuries, nothing is known of its history until the rise of the Chalukya dynasty at Vatapi, Badami in Bijapur. Pulakeshin II of this dynasty, 608 to 642, a contemporary of Harsha, was for some time successful in creating a rival empire which extended from Gujarat to Madras, and his power was so considerable that he exchanged embassies with Khusru II, king of Persia, as is depicted in the frescoes of Ajanta. But in 642 he was defeated and slain by the Pallavas. With the death of Pulakeshin and Harsha begins what has been called the Rajput period, extending from about 650 to 1000 AD and characterized by the existence of numerous kingdoms ruled by dynasties nominally Hindu but often descended from northern invaders or non-Hindu aboriginal tribes. Among them may be mentioned the following. 1. Kannauj or Panchala. This kingdom passed through troublous times after the death of Harsha, but from about 840 to 910 AD, under Bhoja or Mihira and his son, it became the principal power in northern India, extending from Bihar to Sindh. In the 12th century, it again became important under the Gaharwar dynasty. 2. Kannauj was often at war with the Palas of Bengal, a line of Buddhist kings which began about 730 AD. Dharmapala was sufficiently powerful to depose the king of Kannauj. Subsequently, the northern portion of the Pala kingdom separated itself under a rival dynasty known as the Senas. 3. The districts to the south of the Jumna, known as Jejakabhukti, Bundelkhand and Chedi, nearly equivalent to our central provinces, were governed by two dynasties known as Chandels and Kalakuris. The former are thought to have been originally Gonds. They were great builders and constructed among other monuments the temple of Khajarao. Kirtivarman Chandel, 1049 to 1100, greatly extended their territories. He was a patron of learning, and the allegorical drama Prabodha Chandrodaya was produced at his court. 4. The Paramara, Pavar dynasty of Malwa were likewise celebrated as patrons of literature, and kings Munja 974 to 995 and Bhoja 1018 to 1060 were authors as well as successful warriors. 5. Though the Chalukyas of Vatapi were temporarily crushed by the Pallavas, their power was re-established in 655 and continued for a century. The Eastern Chalukyas, another branch of the same family, established themselves in the Vengi between the Kishtna and Godavari. Here they ruled from 609 to 1070, first as viceroys of the Western Chalukyas and then as an independent power till they were absorbed by the Cholas. Yet another branch settled in Gujarat. 6. The Chalukyas of Vatapi were overthrown by the Rashtrakutas, who were masters of the Deccan from about 750 to 972 and reigned first at Nasik and then at Manyakheta, Malkhed. Krishna I of this dynasty excavated Kailasa Empire at Ellora, 760, but many of his successors were Jains. During the 9th century, the Rashtrakutas seem to have ruled over most of western India from Malwa to the Tungabhadra. 7. The Rashtrakutas collapsed before a revival of the Chalukya dynasty, which reappears from 993 to 1190 as the Chalukyas of Kalyani in the Nizam's dominions. The end of this dynasty was partly due to the usurpation of a Jain named Bijjala, in whose reign the sect of Lingayat arose. We must now turn to an event of great historical importance, although its details are not relevant to the subject of this book, namely the Mohammedan conquest. 3 periods in it may be recognized. First, the conquest of Sindh in 712 AD by the Arabs, who held it till the 11th century, but without disturbing or influencing India beyond their immediate neighborhood. Secondly, the period of invasions and dynasties which are commonly called Turkey, 1000 to 1526 AD. The progress of Islam in Central Asia coincided with the advance to the west and south of vigorous tribes known as Turks or Mongols, and by giving them a religious and legal discipline admirably suited to their stage of civilization, it greatly increased their political efficiency. The Muslim invaders of India started from principalities founded by these tribes near the northwestern frontier, with a military population of mixed blood and a veneer of Perso-Arabic civilization, and apart from the greater invasions, there were incursions and settlements of Turkish, Afghans, and Mongols. The whole period was troublous and distracted. The third period was more significant and relatively stable. Babur, a Turkish prince of Fergana, captured Delhi in 1526 and founded the power of the Mughals, which during the 17th century deserved the name of the Indian Empire. The first serious Muslim incursions were those of Mahmud of Ghazni, who between 1997 and 1030 made many raids in which he sacked Kannauj, Mutra, Somnath, and many other places, but without acquiring them as permanent possessions. Only the Punjab became a Muslim province. In 1150, the rulers of Ghor, a vassal principality near Herat, revolted against Ghazni and occupied its territory. Whence the chieftain, commonly called Muhammad of Ghor, descended on India and subdued Hindustan as well as the Punjab, 1175 to 1206. One of his slaves, called Qutbuddin Aibak, became his general and viceroy, and, when Muhammad died, founded at Delhi the dynasty known as Slave Sultans. They were succeeded by the Khilji Sultans, 1219 to 1318, the most celebrated of whom was the capable but ferocious Alauddin, and these again by the Tughlaq dynasty. Muhammad Adil, the second of this line, attempted to move the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad in the Deccan. In 1398, northern India was convulsed by the invasion of Taimur, who only remained a few months but sacked Delhi with terrible carnage. Many years of confusion followed, and a dynasty known as the Sayyids ruled in greatly diminished territories. But in 1451 arose the Lodhis or Afghan dynasty, which held the Punjab, Hindustan, and Bundelkhand until the advent of the Mughals. These five royal houses do not represent successive invasions from the west. Their founders, though of diverse origin, were all leaders engaged in the troubled politics of northern India, and they all reigned at Delhi, round which a tradition of empire thus grew up. But the succession was disputed in almost every case. Out of 34 kings, 12 came to a violent end, and not one deserved to be called Emperor of India. They were confronted by a double array of rivals. Firstly, Hindu states which were at no period all reduced to subjection, and secondly, independent Mohammedan states, for the governors in the more distant provinces threw off their allegiance and proclaimed themselves sovereigns. Thus Bengal, from the time of its first conquest by Muhammad Bakhtiar, had only a nominal connection with Delhi and declared itself independent in 1338. When Taimur upset the Tughlaq dynasty, the states of Jaunpur, Gujarat, Malwa, and Khandesh became separate kingdoms and remained so until the time of Akbar. In the south, one of Muhammad Adil's generals founded the Bahmani kingdom, which for about a century, 1374 to 1482, ruled the Deccan from sea to sea. It then split up into 5 sultanates, with capitals at Bidar, Bijapur, Golconda, Ahmednagar, and Elekpur. In the 12th century, the Hindu states were not quite the same as those noticed for the previous period. Kannauj and Gujarat were the most important. The Palas and Senas ruled in Bengal, the Tomaras at Delhi, the Chauhans in Ajmer, and subsequently in Delhi too. The Mohammedans conquered all these states at the end of the 12th century. Their advance was naturally less rapid towards the south. In the Deccan, the old Hindu dynasties had been replaced by the Hoysalas, 1117 to 1310 AD, and the Yadavas, 1180 to 1309 AD, with capitals at Halebid and Daulatabad respectively. Both were destroyed by Malik Kafur, the slave general of Sultan Alauddin, but the spirit of the Deccan was not broken, and within a few years the brothers Bukka and Harihara founded the state of Vijayanagar. The never-to-be-forgotten empire, as a native scholar has aptly termed it, which for more than 2 centuries was the center of Hindu political power. The imposing ruins of its capital may still be seen at Hampi on the Tungabhadra, and its possessions comprised everything to the south of this, and at times also territory to the north, for throughout its existence it was engaged in warfare with the Bahmani dynasty or the 5 sultanates. Among its rulers, the most notable was Krishnadeva, 1509 to 1529, but the arrogance and weakness of his successors provoked the 5 Muslim sultans to form a coalition. they collected an immense army, defeated the troops of Vijayanagar at the Battle of Talikota, and sacked the city. 1565. In two other districts, the Hindus were able to retain political independence until the time of Akbar, namely Odisha and Rajputana. In the former, the best known name is Anantavarman Kolaganga, 1076 to 1147, who built the temple of Jagannath at Puri, established the Eastern Ganga dynasty, and ruled from the Godavari to the Ganges. The Mohammedans never occupied Rajputana, and though they captured the principal fortresses, they did not retain them. The state of Mewar can even boast that it never made any but a nominal and honorable submission to the sultans of Delhi. Akbar incorporated the Rajputs in his empire and, by his considerate treatment, secured their support. The history of the Mughals may be divided into three periods. In the first, Babur acquired, 1526 AD, the dominions of the Lodi dynasty as well as Jaunpur, but his death was followed by a troubled interval, and it was not till the second period, 1556 to 1707, comprising the reigns of Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb, that the empire was securely established. Akbar made himself master of practicality all India north of the Godavari, and his liberal policy did much to conciliate his Hindu subjects. He abolished the poll tax levied from non-Muslims and the tax on pilgrimages. The reform of revenue administration was entrusted to an orthodox Hindu, Todarmal. Among the emperor's personal friends were Brahmins and Rajputs, and the principal Hindu states, except Mewar, sent daughters to his harem. In religion, he was eclectic and loved to hear theological argument. Towards the end of his life, he adopted many Hindu usages and founded a new religion which held as one of its principal tenets that Akbar was God's vice-regent. His successors, Jahangir and Shah Jahan, were also tolerant of Hinduism, but Aurangzeb was a fanatical Muslim, and though he extended his rule over all India except the extreme south, he alienated the affection of his Hindu subjects by reimposing the poll tax and destroying many temples. The Rajputs, Sikhs, and Marathas all rebelled, and after his death, the empire entered into the third period, in which it rapidly disintegrated. Hindu states like the Maratha Confederacy and Rajputana asserted themselves. Mohammedan governors declared their independence in Oudh, Bengal, the Nizam's dominions, and elsewhere. Persians and Afghans raided the Punjab. French and English contended for the possession of southern India. It would be outside the purpose of this book even to outline the establishment of British authority, but I may mention that direct European influence began to be felt in the 16th century, for Vasco da Gama arrived in Calicut in 1498, and Goa was a Portuguese possession from 1510 onwards. Nor can we linger over the fortunes of the Marathas, who took the place of Vijayanagar as the Hindu opposition to Mohammedanism. They are, however, important for us insofar as they show that even in matters political, the long Muslim domination had not broken the spirit of the Hindus. About 1660, a chieftain named Shivaji, who was not merely a successful soldier but something of a fanatic with a belief in his divine mission, founded a kingdom in the Western Ghats and, like the Sikh leaders, almost created a nation, for it does not appear that before his time the word Maratha, Maharashtra, had any special ethnic significance. After half a century, the power of his successors passed into the hands of the Brahmin ministers known as Peshwas, who became the heads of a confederacy of Maratha chiefs, including the Rajas of Gwalior, Berar and Odisha, Indore and Baroda. About 1760, the Marathas were practically masters of India, and though the Mughal emperor nominally ruled at Delhi, he was under their tutelage. They had a chance of reviving the glories of Ashoka and the Guptas, but even apart from the intervention of Europeans, they were distracted by jealousy and quarrels. End of section 28. General characteristics of Indian religion. In the first chapter, we inquire whether there are any religious ideas common to Eastern Asia as a whole, and found that they amount to little more than a background of nature worship and ancestor worship almost universally present behind the official creeds. Also, the conception of a religious system and its relation to beliefs which do not fall within it are not quite the same in these countries as in Europe, so that the inhabitants sometimes follows more than one religion. Let us now examine the characteristics common to Indian creeds. They are numerous and striking. A prolonged study of the multitudinous sects in which Indian religion manifests itself makes the inquirer feel the truth of its own thesis that plurality is an illusion and only the one substratum real. Still, there are divergent lines of thought, the most important of which are Hinduism and Buddhism. Though decadent Buddhism differed little from the sects which surrounded it, early Buddhism did offer a decided contrast to the Brahmanic schools in its theories as to human nature, as well as in ignoring tradition and sacerdotalism. We may argue that Buddhism is merely Vaishnavism or Shaivism in traveling dress, but its rejection of Brahmanic authority is of capital importance. It is one of the reasons for its success outside India, and its disappearance in India meant that it could not maintain this attitude. Yet many features of Buddhism are due to the fact that Hinduism, and not Islam or Christianity, was the national expression of religion in India, and also many features of Hinduism may be explained by the existence of this once vigorous antagonist. Hinduism has striking peculiarities which distinguish it from Christianity, Islam, and even from Buddhism. Footnote 124. Hinduism is often used as a name for the medieval and modern religion of India, and Brahmanism for the older pre-Buddhist religion. But one word is needed as a general designation for Indian religion, and Hinduism seems the better of the two for this purpose. End footnote. It recognizes no other master, and all unifying principles known to other creeds seem here to be absent. Yet its unity and vitality are clear and depend chiefly on its association with the Brahman caste. We cannot here consider the complex details of the modern caste system, but this seems the place to examine the position of the Brahmins, for, from the dawn of Sanskrit literature until now, they have claimed to be the guides of India in all matters intellectual and religious, and this persistent claim, though often disputed, has had a great measure of success. The institution of caste is social rather than religious and has grown gradually. We know, for instance, that in the time of the Buddha, it had not attained to anything like its present complexity and rigidity. Its origin is explicable if we imagine that the Indo-Aryans were an invading people with an unusual interest in religion. The Kshatriyas and Vaishyas mark the distinction between the warriors or nobles and the plebs, which is found in other Aryan communities, and the natives whom the Aryans conquered formed a separate class, recognized as inferior to all the conquerors. This might have happened in any country. The special feature of India is the numerical, social, and intellectual strength of the priestly caste. It is true that in reading Sanskrit literature, we must remember that most of it is the work of Brahmins and discount their proclivity to glorify the priesthood, but still it is clear that in India the sacerdotal families acquired a position without parallel elsewhere and influenced its whole social and political history. In most countries, powerful priesthoods are closely connected with the government under which they flourish and support the secular authority. As a result of this alliance, kings and the upper classes generally profess and protect orthodoxy, and revolutionary movements in religion generally come from below. But in ancient India, though the priests were glad enough to side with the kings, the nobles during many centuries were not ready to give up thinking for themselves. The Hindus' capacity for veneration and the small inclination of the Brahmins to exercise direct government prevented revolts against sacerdotal tyranny from assuming the proportions we should expect. But whereas in many countries history records the attempts of priests to become kings, the position is here reversed. The national proclivity towards all that is religious, metaphysical, intellectual, and speculative made all agree in regarding the man of knowledge who has the secret of intercourse with the other world as the highest type. The priests tended to become a hereditary guild possessed of a secret professional knowledge. The warrior caste disputed this monopoly and sought with less learning but not inferior vigor to obtain the same powers. They had some success during a considerable period, for Buddhism, Jainism, and other sects all had their origin in the military aristocracy, and had it remained purely Hindu, it would perhaps have continued the contest. But it was partly destroyed by Turanian invaders and partly amalgamated with them, so that in 500 AD, whereas the Brahmins were in race and temperament very much what they were in 500 BC, the Kshatriyas were different. It is interesting to see how this continuity of race brought triumph to the Brahmins in the theological sphere. At one time, the Buddhists and even the Jains seemed to be competitors for the first place, but there are now hardly any Indian Buddhists in India and less than 1.5 million of Jains, whereas Hinduism has more than 217 million adherents. Footnote 1-5. Excluding Burma, the last census gives over 300,000. These are partly inhabitants of frontier districts which are Indian only in the political sense, and partly foreigners residing in India. End footnote. The power of persistence and resistance displayed by the priestly caste is largely due to the fact that they were householders not collected in temples or monasteries, but distributed over the country in villages, intensely occupied with the things of the mind and soul, but living a simple family life. The long succession of invasions which swept over northern India destroyed temples, broke up monasteries, and annihilated dynasties, but their destructive force had less effect on these communities of theologians whose influence depended not on institutions or organization, but on their hereditary aptitudes. Though the modern Brahmins are not pure in race, still the continuity of blood and tradition is greater among them than in the royal families of India. Many of these belong to districts which were formerly without the pale of Hinduism. Many more are the descendants of the northern hordes who century after century invaded India. Few can bring forward any good evidence of Kshatriya descent. Hence, in India, kings have never attained a national and representative position like the emperors of China and Japan, or even the sultans of Turkey. They were never considered as the high priests of the land or a quasi-divine epitome of the national qualities. The people tended to regard them as powerful and almost superhuman beings, but somewhat divorced from the moral standard and ideals of the subject. In the early times, there was indeed the idea of a universal emperor, the Chakravartin, analogous to the Messiah, but, by a characteristic turn of thought, he was thought of less as a deliverer than as a type of superhuman, recurring at intervals. But monarchs who even approximated to this type were rare, and some of the greatest of them were in early ages Buddhists and in later Mohammedans, so that they had not the support of the priesthood, and as time went on, it became less and less possible to imagine all India rendering sympathetic homage to one sovereign. In the midst of a perturbed flux of dynasties, usually short-lived, often alien, only occasionally commanding the affection and respect of the population, the Brahmins have maintained for at least 2 millenniums and a half their predominant position as an intellectual aristocracy. They are an aristocracy, for they boldly profess to be by birth better than other men. Although it is probable that many clans have entered the privileged order without genealogical warrant, yet in all cases birth is claimed. Footnote 126. Only tradition preserves the memory of an older and freer system, when warriors like Vishwamitra were able by the religious austerities to become Brahmins. See Muir's Sanskrit Texts, Volume 1, pages 296 to 479, on the early contests between warriors and Brahmins. We hear of kings like Janaka of Videha and Ajatshatru of Kashi, who were admitted to be more learned than Brahmins, but also of kings like Vena and Nahusha, who withstood the priesthood and perished through want of submissiveness. The legend of Parashurama, an incarnation of Vishnu as a Brahman who destroyed the Kshatriya race, must surely have some historical foundation, though no other evidence is forthcoming of the event which it relates. End footnote. And though the Brahmins have aristocratic faults, such as unreasonable pride of birth, still throughout their long history they have produced in every age men of intelligence, learning, and true piety in numbers sufficient to make their claims to superiority seem reasonable. In all ages they have been sensual, ambitious, and avaricious, but in all ages penetrated by the conviction that desire is a plague and gratification unsatisfying. It is the intelligent, sensualist, and politician who are bound to learn that passion and office are vanity. A Brahmin is not necessarily a priest. Although they have continually and on the whole successfully claimed a monopoly of sacred science, yet at the present day many follow secular callings, and probably this was so in early periods. And though many rites can be performed by Brahmins only, yet by a distinction which it is difficult for Europeans to grasp, the priests of temples are not necessarily, and in many places, not usually Brahmins. The reason perhaps is that the easy and superstitious worship offered in temples is considered trivial and almost degrading in comparison with the elaborate ceremonial and subtle speculation which ought to occupy a Brahmin's life. In Europe, we are accustomed to associate the ideas of sacerdotalism, hierarchy, and dogma, mainly because they are united in the greatest religious organization familiar to us, the Roman Catholic Church. But the combination is not necessary. Hinduism is intensely sacerdotal, but neither hierarchical nor dogmatic. Mohammedanism is dogmatic, but neither sacerdotal nor hierarchical. Buddhism is dogmatic and also somewhat hierarchical, since it has to deal with the bodies of men collected in monasteries where discipline is necessary, but except in its most corrupt forms, it is not sacerdotal. The absence of the hierarchical idea in Hinduism is striking. Not only is there no pope, but there is hardly any office comparable with a bishopric. Footnote 127. In southern India and in Assam, the superiors of monasteries sometimes exercise a quasi-episcopal authority. End footnote. The relationships recognized in the priesthood are those springing from birth and the equally sacred ties uniting teacher and pupil. Hence, there is little to remind us of the organization of Christian churches. We have simply teachers expounding their sacred books to their scholars with such combination of tradition and originality as their idiosyncrasies may suggest, somewhat after the theory of congregational churches. But that resemblance is almost destroyed by the fact that both teachers and pupils belong to clans, connected by descent and accepted by the people as a superior order of mankind. Even in the most modern sects, the descendants of the founder often receive special reverence. Though the Brahmins have no ecclesiastical discipline, they do not tolerate the interference of kings. Buddhist sovereigns have summoned council, but not so Hindu monarchs. They have built temples, paid priests to perform sacrifices and often been jealous of them, but for the last 2000 years they have not attempted to control them within their own sphere or to create a state church, and with the Brahmins on their side have kept within their own province. It is true that they have succeeded in imposing or in identifying themselves with a most exacting code of social, legal, and religious prescriptions, but they have rarely aimed at temporal power or attempted to be more than viziers. They have, of course, supported pious kings and received support, especially donations from them, and they have enjoyed political influence as domestic chaplains to royal families, but they have not consented to any such relations between religion and the state as exist or existed in England, Russia, Mohammedan countries, or China. At the ancient coronation ceremony, the priest who presented the new ruler to his subjects said, "This is your king, O people. The king of us Brahmins is Soma." Footnote 128. Satpata Brahmana, verse 3:12, and verse 4:2-3. End footnote. Part 2. These facts go far to explain some peculiar features of Hinduism. Compared with Islam or Christianity, its doctrines are extraordinarily fluid, multiform, and even inconsistent. Its practice, though rarely lax, is also very various in different castes and districts. The strangeness of the phenomenon is diminished if one considers that the uniformity and rigidity of Western creeds are due to their political more than to their religious character. Like the wind, the spirit bloweth where it listeth. It is governed by no laws but whose which its own reverence imposes. It lives in changing speculation. But in Europe it has been in double bondage to the logic of Greece and the law of Rome. India deals in images and metaphors, Greece in dialectic. The original thought of Christianity had something of this Indian quality, though more sober and less fantastic, with more limitation and less imagination. On this substratum the Greeks reared their edifices of dialectic, and when the quarrels of theologians began to disturb politics, the state treated the whole question from a legal point of view. It was assumed that there must be a right doctrine which the state should protect or even enforce, and a wrong doctrine which it should discourage or even forbid. Hence councils, creeds, and persecutions. The whole position is logical and legal. The truth has been defined. Those who do not accept it harm not only themselves, but others. Therefore, they should be restrained and punished. But in religious matters, Hindus have not proceeded in this way as a rule. They have adopted the attitude not of a judge who decides, but of the humane observer who sees that neither side is completely right or completely wrong, and avoids expressing his opinion in a legal form. Hindu teachers have never hesitated to proclaim their views as the whole and perfect truth. In that, indeed, they do not yield to Christian theologians, but their pronouncements are professional rather than judicial, and so diverse and yet all so influential that the state, though bound to protect sound doctrine, dare not champion one more than the other. Religious persecution is rare. It is not absent, but the student has to reach for instances, whereas in Christian Europe they are amongst the most conspicuous facts of history. Restless, subtle, and argumentative as Hindu thought is, it is less prone than European theology to the vice of distorting transcendental ideas by too stringent definition. It adumbrates the indescribable by metaphors and figures. It is not afraid of inconsistencies which may illustrate different aspects of the infinite, but it rarely tries to cram the divine within the limits of a logical phrase. Attempts to explain how the divine and human nature were combined in Christ convulsed the Byzantine Empire and have fettered succeeding generations with their stiff formulae. It would be rash to say that the ocean of Hindu theological literature contains no speculations about the incarnations of Vishnu similar to the views of the Nestorians, Monophysites, and Catholics. But if such exist, they have never attracted much interest or been embodied in well-known phrases. Footnote 129. The Markandeya Puran discusses the question how Krishna could become a man. End footnote. The process by which a god can be born as a man while continuing to exist as a god is not described in quasi-legal language. Similarly, the suma offered in sacrifices is a god as well as a drink. But though the ritual of this sacrifice has produced an infinity of discussion and exegesis, no doctrine like transubstantiation or consubstantiation has assumed any prominence. The Hindu has an extraordinary power of combining dogma and free thought, uniformity and variety. For instance, it is held that the Vedas are a self-existent, eternal revelation made manifest to ancient sages and that their correct recitation ensures superhuman results. Yet each Veda exists in several recensions handed down by oral tradition in separate schools, and though the exact text and pronunciation are matters of the utmost importance, diversities of opinion respecting them are tolerated and honored. Further, though the early scriptures were preserved with scrupulous care, the canon was never closed. It is impossible to say how many Upanishads there are, nor does a Hindu think the less of an Upanishad because it is not found in a certain list. And, in medieval and modern times, these ancient sacred books have been replaced for all except Brahmins by more recent Sanskrit works or by a vernacular literature which, though having no particular imprimatur, claims the same authority as the Vedas. Footnote 130. See, for instance, The Holy Lives of the Azavars by Alkondavili Govindacharya, Mysore, 1902, pages 215 to 216. The Dravida Vedas have thus as high a sanction and authority as the Girvana, i.e., Sanskrit Vedas. End footnote. The only essential tenets of Hinduism are recognition of the Brahman caste and divine authority of the Vedas. Those who publicly deny these doctrines, as the Buddhists, Jains, and Sikhs have done, put themselves outside the pale, but recognition required to ensure orthodoxy, or at least to avoid excommunication, must not be compared with that implied by such phrases as recognizing the authority of the Bible or the supremacy of the Pope. The utmost latitude of interpretation is allowed, and the supposed follower of the Veda comprise sects whose beliefs seem to have no relation to one another or to the Veda, philosophic atheists, and demonolators whose religious ideas hardly rise above those of African savages. One explanation may be that every nation insists on liberty at the expense of logic in the matters which interest it most. We do this in politics. It might be difficult to make an untraveled Oriental understand how parliamentary institutions can continue for a day, how socialists and republicans can take part in the government of a monarchical country, and why the majority do not muzzle the opposition. Yet Englishmen prefer to let this curious illogical muddle continue rather than tolerate some symmetrical and authoritative system which would check free speech and individuality. It is the same in Indian religion. In all ages, the Hindu has been passionately devoted to speculation. He will bear heavy burdens in the way of priestly exaction, social restrictions, and elaborate ceremonies, but he will not allow secular or even ecclesiastical authority to cramp and school his religious fancy, nor will he be deterred from sampling an attractive form of speculation merely because it is pronounced unorthodox by the priesthood, and the priesthood, being themselves Hindus, are discreet in the use of anathemas. They insist not so much on particular doctrines and rites as on the principle that whatever the doctrine, whatever the rite, they must be the teachers and officiants. In critical and revolutionary times, the Brahmins have often assured their preeminence by the judicious recognition of heresies. In all ages, there has been a conservative clique which restricted religion to ceremonial observances. Again and again, some intellectual or emotional outburst has swept away such narrow limits and proclaimed doctrines which seemed subversive of the orthodoxy of the day. But they have simply become the orthodoxy of the morrow under the protection of the same Brahman caste. The assailants are turned into champions, and in time the bold reformers stiffen into antiquated saints. Hinduism has not been made, but has grown. It is a jungle, not a building. It is a living example of a great national paganism such as might have existed in Europe if Christianity had not become the state religion of the Roman Empire. If there had remained an incongruous jumble of old local superstitions, Greek philosophy, and Oriental cults such as the worship of Mithra or Serapis. Yet the parallel is not exact, for in Rome many of the discordant religious elements remained exotic, whereas in India they all, whatever their origin, became Indian and smack of the soil. There was wanting in European paganism the bond of union supplied by the Brahmins, who by sometimes originating, sometimes tolerating and adapting, have managed to set their seal upon all Indian beliefs. Part 3. Thus, the dominance of the Brahmins and their readiness to countenance every cult and doctrine which can attract worshippers explains the diversity of Indian religion, but are there no general characteristics which mark all its multiple forms? There are, and they apply to Buddhism as well as Hinduism, but in attempting to formulate them, it is well to say that Indian religion is as willful and unexpected in its variations as human nature itself, and that all generalizations about it are subject to exceptions. If we say that it preaches asceticism and the subjection of the flesh, we may be confronted with the Vallabhacharyas who inculcate self-indulgence. If we say that it teaches reincarnation and successive lives, we may be told that the Lingayats do not hold that doctrine. Footnote 131. I am inclined to believe that the Lingayat doctrine really is that Lingayats dying in the true faith do not transmigrate anymore. End footnote. And though we might logically maintain that these sects are unorthodox, yet it does not appear that Hindus excommunicate them. Still, it is just to say that the doctrines mentioned are characteristic of Hinduism and are repudiated only by eccentric sects. Perhaps the idea which has had the widest and most penetrating influence on Indian thought is that conception of the universe which is known as Sansar, the world of change and transmigration. The idea of rebirth and wandering of souls from one body to another exists in a fragmentary form among savage tribes in many countries, but in India it makes its appearance as a product of ripening metaphysics rather than as a survival. It plays no part in the Vedic hymns. It first acquires importance in the older Upanishads, but more as a mystery to be communicated to the elect than as a popular belief, and to some extent as the special doctrine of the military class rather than of the Brahmins. At the same time of the Buddha, however, it had passed beyond the stage and was as integral a part of popular theology as is the immortality of the soul in Europe. Such expressions as the transmigration of souls or metempsychosis imperfectly represent Indian ideas. They are incorrect as descriptions of Buddhist dogmas which start by denying the existence of a soul, and they are not entirely suitable to those Vedantic schools which regard transmigration as part of the illusory phenomenal world. The thought underlying the doctrine is rather that as a child grows into youth and age, so the soul passes from life to life in continuity, if not in identity. Whatever the origin of the idea may have been, its root in post-Vedic times is a sense of the transitoriness but continuity of everything. Nothing is eternal or even permanent, not even the gods, for they must die, not even death, for it must turn into new life. This view of life is ingrained in Indian nature. It is not merely a scientific or philosophical speculation, but it summarizes the outlook of ordinary humanity. In Europe, the average religious man thanks or at least remembers his creator. But in India, the creator has less place in popular thought. There is a disinclination to make him responsible for the sufferings of the world, and speculation, though continually occupied with the origins of things, rarely adopts the idea familiar to Christians and Mohammedans alike, that something was produced out of nothing by the divine fiat. Hindu cosmogonies are various and discordant in details, but usually start with the evolution or emanation of living beings from the divinity, and often a reproductive act forms part of the process, such as the hatching of an egg or the division of a divinity into male and female halves. In many accounts, the deity brings into being personages who continue the work of world-making, and such entities as mind, time, and desire are produced before the material world. But everything in these creation stories is figurative. The faithful are not perplexed by the discrepancies in the inspired narratives, and one can hardly imagine an Indian sect agitated by the question whether God made the world in 6 literal days. All religious doctrines, especially theories about the soul, are matters of temperament. A race with more power of will and more delight in life might have held that the soul is the one agent that can stand firm and unshaken midst the flux of circumstance. The intelligent but passive Hindu sees clearly that whatever illusions the soul may have, it really passes on like everything else, and continueth not in one stay. He is disposed to think of it not as created with the birth of the body, but as a drop drawn from some ocean to which it is destined to return. As a rule, he considers it to be immortal, but he does not emphasize or value personality in our sense. In previous births, he has already been a great many persons, and he will be a great many more. Whatever may be the thread between these existences, it is not individuality. And what he craves is not eternal personal activity, but unbroken rest in which personality, even if supposed to continue, can have little meaning. The character of the successive appearances or tenements of the soul is determined by the law of karma, which even more than metempsychosis is the basis of Indian ideas about the universe. Karma is best known as a term of the Buddhists, who are largely responsible both for the definition and the wide diffusion of the doctrine. But the idea is Brahmanic as well as Buddhist, and occurs in well-known passages of the Upanishads, where it is laid down that as a man acts, so shall he be in the next life. Footnote 132. Example given: Brihadya Aranyaka 3rd, 2:13, and 4th, 4:2-6. End footnote. The word, which means simply deed, is the accepted abbreviation for the doctrine that all deeds bring upon the doer an accurately proportionate consequence, either in this existence or, more often, in a future birth. At the end of a man's life, his character or personality is practically the sum of his acts, and when extraneous circumstances such as worldly position disappear, the soul is left with nothing but these acts and the character they have formed as, in Indian languages, the fruit of life, and it is these acts and this character which determine its next tenement. That tenement is simply the home which it is able to occupy in virtue of configuration and qualities which it has induced in itself. It cannot complain. One aspect of the theory of the samsara, which is important for the whole history of Indian thought, is its tendency towards pessimism. This tendency is especially definite and dogmatic in Buddhism, but it is a marked characteristic of the Indian temperament and appears in almost every form of devotion and speculation. What salvation or the desire to be saved is to the ordinary Protestant, mukti or moksha, deliverance, is to the ordinary Hindu. In Buddhism, this desire is given a dogmatic basis, for it is declared that all existence in all possible worlds necessarily involves dukkha or suffering, and this view seems to have met with popular as well as philosophic assent. Footnote 133. This is the accepted translation of dukkha, but perhaps it is too strong, and uneasiness, though inconvenient for literary reasons, gives the meaning better. End footnote. But the desire for release and deliverance is based less on a contemplation of the woes of life than on a profound sense of its impermanence and instability. Footnote 134. The old Scandinavian literature with its gods who must die is equally full of this sense of impermanence, but the Viking temperament bade a man fight and face his fate. End footnote. Life is not the preface to eternity, as religious Europeans think. The Hindu justly rejects the notion that the conduct of the soul during a few score years can fix its everlasting destiny. Every action is important, for it helps to determine the character of the next life, but this next life, even if it should be passed in some temporary heaven, will not be essentially different from the present. Before and behind there stretches a vista of lives, past, present, and to come, impermanent and unsatisfying, so that future existences are spoken of not as immortality, but as a repeated death. Part 4. This sense of weary reiteration is increased by two other doctrines which are prevalent in Hinduism, though not universal or uncontested. The first of them identifies the human soul with the supreme and only being. The doctrine of samsara holds that different forms of existence may be phases of the same soul, and thus prepares the way for the doctrine that all forms of existence are the same and all souls part of or even identical with the Atma or Self, the divine soul which not only pervades the world but is the world. Connected with this doctrine is another, namely that the whole world of phenomena is Maya or illusion. Nothing really exists except the Supreme Atma. All perceptions of plurality and difference is illusion and error. The reality is unity, identity, and rest. The development of these ideas leads to some of the principal systems of philosophy and will claim our attention later. At present, I merely give their outlines as indicative of Hindu thought and temperament. The Indian thinks of this world as a circular and unending journey, an ocean without shore, a shadow play without even a plot. He feels more strongly than the European that change is in itself an evil, and he finds small satisfaction in action for its own sake. All his higher aspirations bid him extricate himself from this labyrinth of repeated births, this phantasmagoria of fleeting, unsubstantial visions, and he has generally the conviction that this can be done by knowledge, for since the whole sansar is illusion, it collapses and ceases so soon as the soul knows its own real nature and its independence of phenomena. This conviction that the soul in itself is capable of happiness, and in order to enjoy needs only the courage to know itself and be itself, goes far to correct the apathy which is the great danger of Indian thought. It is also just to point out that from the Upanishads down to the writings of Rabindranath Tagore, in the present day, Indian literature from time to time enunciates the idea that the whole universe is the manifestation of some exuberant force giving expression to itself in joyous movement. Thus the Taittiriya Upanishad, 3rd, 6 says, "Bliss is Brahman, for from bliss all these beings are born. By bliss when born they live, into bliss they enter at their death." It is remarkable that Indian thought, restless and speculative as it is, hardly ever concerns itself with the design, object, or end of the world. The notion of Greek telos plays little part in its cosmogony or ethics. Footnote 135. But see Rabindranath Tagore, Sadhana, especially the chapter on realization. End footnote. The universe is often regarded as a sport, a passing whim of the divine being, almost a mistake. Those legends which describe it as the outcome of a creative act generally represent the creator as moved by some impulse to multiply himself rather than as executing some deliberate if mysterious plan. Legends about the end of the world and the establishment of a better order are rare. Hindu chronology revels in periods whose enormous length, though expressed in figures, leaves no real impression on the mind. Days and nights of Brahma, Kalpas, Manvantaras and Yugas, in which gods and worlds are absorbed into the supreme essence and born again. But there is no finality about these catastrophes. The destruction of the whole universe is as certain as the death of a mouse, and to the philosopher not more important. Footnote 136. C.F. Shelley's lines in Hellas. Worlds on worlds are rolling ever, from creation to decay, like the bubbles on a river, sparkling bursting, borne away. End footnote. Everything is periodic. Buddhas, jinas, and incarnations of all sorts are all members of a series. They all deserve great respect and are of great importance in their own day, but they are none of them final. Still less are they able to create a new heaven and earth or to rise above the perpetual flux of sansar. The Buddhists look forward to the advent of Maitreya, the future Buddha, and the Hindus to the reappearance of Vishnu as Kalki, who, sword in hand and mounted on a white horse, will purge India of barbarians. But these future apparitions excite only a feeble interest in the popular conscience and cannot be compared in intensity with such ideas as the Jewish Messiah. It may seem that Indian religion is dreamy, hopeless, and unpractical, but another point of view will show that all Indian systems are intensely practical and hopeful. They promise happiness and point out the way. A mode of life is always prescribed, not merely by works on law and ceremony, but by theological and metaphysical treatises. These are not analogous to the writings of Kant or Schopenhauer, and to study them as if they were is like trying to learn riding or cricket by reading handbooks. The aphorisms of Sankhya and Vedanta are meant to be read under the direction of a teacher who will see that the pupil's mind is duly prepared not only by explanation but by abstinence and other physical training. Hindu religions are unpractical only insofar that they decline to subordinate themselves to human life. It is assumed that the religious man who is striving towards a goal beyond this world is ready to sacrifice the world without regret, and in India the assumption is justified surprisingly often. As mentioned already, the word God has more than one meaning. In India we have at least two different classes of divinities distinguished in the native languages. First, there is Brahman, the one self-existent, omnipresent, superpersonal spirit from whom all things emanate and to whom all things return. The elaboration of this conception is the most original feature of Indian theology, which tends to regard Brahman as not merely immanent in all things, but as being all things, so that the soul, liberated from illusion, can see that it is one with him and that nothing else exists. Very different is the meaning of Deva. This signifies a god, which is not the same as God, though our language insufficiently distinguishes the two, roughly comparable with the gods of classical mythology. Footnote 137. Nevertheless, Deva is sometimes used in the Upanishads as a designation of the Supreme Spirit. End footnote. How little sense of divinity it carries with it is seen by the fact that it became the common form of address to kings and simply equivalent to Your Majesty. In later times, though Shiva is styled Mahadeva, it was felt that the great sectarian gods, who are for their respective worshippers the personal manifestations in which Brahman makes himself intelligible, required some name distinguishing them from the hosts of minor deities. They are commonly spoken of by some title signifying the Lord. Thus Shiva is Ishvara, Vishnu and his incarnations are more often styled Bhagavad. From the Vedic hymns onwards, the gods of India have been polymorphic figures not restricted by the limitations of human personality. If a Jew or a Muslim hears new views about God, he is disposed to condemn them as wrong. The Hindu's inclination is to appropriate them and ascribe to his own deity the novel attributes, whether they are consistent with the existing figure or not. All Indian gods are really everything. As though of the worshipper wanders among them, they turn into one another. Even so sturdy a personality as Indra is declared to be the same as Agni and as Varuna, and probably every deity in the Vedic pantheon is at some time identified with another deity. But though in one way the gods seem vague and impersonal, in another the distinction between gods and men is slight. The Brahmanas tells us that the gods were originally mortal and obtained immortality by offering sacrifices. The man who sacrifices like them makes for himself an immortal body in the abode of the gods and practically becomes a deva, and the bliss of great sages is declared equal to the bliss of the gods. Footnote 138. Example, Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad, 4th, 333, and the parallel passages in the Taittiriya and other Upanishads. End footnote. The human and divine worlds are not really distinct, and, as in China and Japan, distinguished men are deified. The deification of Buddha takes place before our eyes as we follow the course of history. The origin of Krishna's godhead is more obscure, but it is probable that he was a deified local hero. After the period of the Brahmanas, the theory that deities manifest themselves to the world in avatars or descents, that is, in our idiom, incarnations, becomes part of popular theology. There are other general characteristics of Indian religion which will be best made clear by more detailed treatment in succeeding chapters. Such are, firstly, a special theory of sacrifice or ritual which, though totally rejected by Buddhism, has survived to modern times. Secondly, a belief in the efficacy of self-mortification as a means of obtaining superhuman powers or final salvation. Thirdly, an even more deeply rooted conviction that salvation can be obtained by knowledge. Fourthly, there is the doctrine that faith or devotion to a particular deity is the best way to salvation. But this teaching, though it seems natural to our minds, does not make its appearance in India until relatively late. It is not so peculiarly Indian as the other ideas mentioned, but even at the outset it is well to insist on its prevalence during the last 2000 years because a very false impression may be produced by ignoring it. There also runs through Indian religion a persistent though inconspicuous current of non-theistic thought. It does not deny the existence of spirits, but it treats them as beings, like men, subject to natural laws, though able, like men, to influence events. The ultimate truth for it is not pantheism, but fixed natural laws of which no explanation is offered. The religion of the Jains and the Sankhya philosophy belong to this current. So did the teaching of several ancient sects, such as the Ajivikas and, strictly speaking, Buddhism itself. For the Buddha is not an avatar or a messenger, but a superman whose exceptional intelligence sees that the wheel of causation and the four truths are part of the very nature of things. It is strange too that asceticism, sacrifices, and modern tantric rites, which seem to us concerned with the relations between man and God, are in India penetrated by a non-theistic theory, namely that there are certain laws which can be studied and applied, much like electricity, and that then spirits can be coerced to grant what the ascetic or sacrificer desires. At the same time, such views are more often implied than formulated. The dharma is spoken of as the teaching of the Buddha rather than as cosmic order like the Tao of the Chinese, and though tantric theory assumes the existence of certain forces which can be used scientifically, the general impression produced by tantric works is that they expound and integrate mythology and ritual. End of section 29. Vedic deities and sacrifices. Part 1. Our knowledge of early Indian religion is derived almost entirely from literature. After the rise of Buddhism, this is supplemented to some extent by buildings, statues, and inscriptions, but unlike Egypt and Babylonia, pre-Buddhist India has yielded no temples, images, or other religious antiquities, nor is it probable that such will be discovered. Certainly, the material for study is not scanty. The theological literature of India is enormous. The difficulty is to grasp it and select what is important. The inquirer is confronted with a series of encyclopedic works of great bulk and considerable antiquity, treating of every aspect of religion which interested the Brahmins. But he continually feels the want of independent testimony to check their statements. They set forth the views of their authors, but whether those views met with general acceptance outside the Brahmanic caste and influenced Indian life as a whole, or whether classes, such as the military caste, or regions, such as Western India and Dravidian India, had different views, it is often hard to say. Even more serious is the difficulty of chronology, which affects secular as well as religious literature. The feats of Hindus in the matter of computing time show in the most extravagant form the peculiarities of their mental temperament, for while in their cosmogonies, eons whose length the mind can hardly grasp are tabulated with the names of their superhuman rulers, there are few dates in the pre-Muhammadan history which can be determined from purely Indian sources. Footnote 139. The principal one is the date of Ashoka, deducible from an inscription in which he names contemporary Seleucid monarchs. End footnote. The fragments of obscure Greek writers and the notes of a traveling Chinaman furnish more trustworthy data about important epochs in the history of the Hindus than the whole of the gigantic literature, in which there has been found no mention of Alexander's invasion and only scattered allusions to the conquest of the Shakas, Kushans, and Hunas. We can hardly imagine doubt as to the century in which Shakespeare or Virgil lived, yet when I first studied Sanskrit, the greatest of Indian dramatists, Kalidasa, was supposed to have lived about 50 BC. His date is not yet fixed with unanimity, but it is now generally placed in the 5th or 6th century AD. This chronological chaos naturally affects the value of literature as a record of the development of thought. We are in danger of moving in a vicious circle, of assigning ideas to an epoch because they occurred in a certain book, while at the same time we fix the date of the book in virtue of the ideas which it contains. Still, we may feel some security as to the sequence, if not the exact dates, of the great divisions in Indian religious literature, such as the period of the Vedic hymns, the period of Brahmanas, the rise of Buddhism, the composition of the two great epics, and the Purans. If we follow the opinion of most authorities and accept the picture of Indian life and thought contained in the Pali Tripitaka as in the main historical, it seems to follow that both the ritual system of the Brahmanas and the philosophic speculations of the Upanishads were in existence by 500 BC and sufficiently developed to impress the public mind with a sense of their futility. Footnote 140. Example given, a learned Brahman is often described in the Sutta Pitaka as a repeater of the sacred words, knowing the mystic verses by heart, one who had mastered the three Vedas with the indices, the ritual, the phonology, the exegesis, and the legends as a fifth. End footnote. Some interval of mental growth seems to separate the Upanishads from the Brahmanas, and a more decided interval separates the Brahmanas from the earlier hymns of the Rig Veda, if not from the compilation of the whole collection. Footnote 141. There had been time for misunderstandings to arise. Thus the Satapatha Brahmana sees in the well-known verse, "Who is the god to whom we shall offer our sacrifices?" an address to a deity named Ka, Sanskrit for who, and it would seem that an old word, Uloka, has been separated in several passages into two words, you, a meaningless particle, and Lok. End footnote. We may hence say that the older Upanishads and Brahmanas must have been composed between 800 and 500 BC, and the hymns of the Rig Veda hardly later than 1000 BC. Many authorities think the earlier hymns must date from 2000 rather than 1000 BC, but the resemblance of the Rig Veda to the Zoroastrian Gathas, which are generally regarded as considerably later than 1000 BC, is plain, and it will be strange if the two collections prove to be separated by an interval of many centuries. But the stage of social and religious culture indicated in the Vedic hymns may have begun long before they were composed, and rites and deities common to Indians and Iranians existed before the reforms of Zoroaster. Footnote 142. Recent scholars are disposed to fix the appearance of Zoroaster between the middle of the 7th century and the earlier half of the 6th century BC, but this date offers many difficulties. It makes it hard to explain the resemblance between the Gathas and the Rig Veda, and how is it that respectable classical authorities of the 4th century BC, quoted by Pliny, attribute a high antiquity to Zoroaster? End footnote. It may seem that everything is uncertain in this literature without dates or authors, and that the growth of religion in India cannot be scientifically studied. The difficulties are indeed considerable, but they are materially reduced by the veneration in which the ancient scriptures were held, and by the retentiveness of memory and devotion to grammar, if not to history, which have characterized the Brahmins for at least 25 centuries. The authenticity of certain Vedic texts is guaranteed not only by the quotations found in later works, but by treatises on phonetics, grammar, and versification, as well as by indices which give the number of words in every book, chapter, and verse. We may be sure that we possess not perhaps the exact words of the Vedic poets, but what were believed about 600 BC to be their exact words, and there is no reason to doubt that this is a substantially correct version of the hymns as recited several centuries earlier. Footnote 143. This applies chiefly to the three samhitas, or collection of hymns and prayers. On the other hand, there was no feeling against the composition of new Upanishads or the interpolation and amplification of the epics. End footnote. In drawing any deductions from the hymns of the Rig Veda, it must be remembered that it is the manual of the Hotri priests. Footnote 144. The Hotri recites prayers while other priests perform the act of sacrifice, but there are several poems in the Rig Veda for which even Indian ingenuity has not been able to find a liturgical use. End footnote. This does not affect the age or character of the single pieces. They may have been composed at very different dates, and they are not arranged in the order in which the priest recites them. But the liturgical character of the compilation does somewhat qualify its title to give a complete picture of religion. One could not throw doubt on a ceremony of the church, still less on a popular custom, because it was not mentioned in the Missal, and we cannot assume that ideas or usages not mentioned in the Rig Veda did not exist at the time when it was composed. We have no other Sanskrit writings contemporary with the older parts of the Rig Veda, but the roots of epic poetry stretch far back, and ballads may be as old as hymns, though they neither sought nor obtained the official sanction of the priesthood. Side by side with Vedic tradition, unrecorded epic tradition built up the figures of Shiva, Rama, and Krishna, which astonish us by their sudden appearance in later literature only because their earlier phases have not been preserved. The Vedic hymns were probably collected and arranged between 1000 and 500 BC. At that period, rites and ceremonies multiplied and absorbed man's mind to a degree unparalleled in the history of the world, and literature occupied itself with the description or discussion of this dreary ceremonial. Buddhism was a protest against the necessity of sacrifices, and though Buddhism decayed in India, the sacrificial system never recovered from the attack and assumed comparatively modest proportions. But in an earlier period, after the composition of the Vedic hymns and before the predominance of speculation, skill in ceremonial was regarded as the highest and indeed only science, and the ancient prayers and poems of the race were arranged in three collections to suit the ritual. These were the Rig Veda, containing the metrical prayers, the Yajur Veda, in an old and new recension known as the Black and the White, containing formulaic mainly in prose to be muttered during the course of the sacrifice, and Sama Veda, a book of chants consisting almost entirely of verses taken from the Rig Veda and arranged for singing. The Rig Veda is clearly older than the others. Its elements are anterior to the Brahmanic liturgy and are arranged in less complete subservience to it than in the Yajur and Sama Vedas. The restriction of the words Veda and Vedic to the collection of hymns, though convenient, is not in accordance with the Indian usage, which applies the name to a much larger body of religious literature. What we call the Rig Veda is strictly speaking the mantras of the Rig Veda or the Rig Veda Samhita. Besides this, there are the Brahmanas or ceremonial treatises, the Aranyaka and the Upanishads containing philosophy and speculation, the Sutras or aphoristic rules, all comprised in the Veda or Shruti, hearing, that is the revelation heard directly by saints as opposed to Smriti, remembering, or tradition starting from human teachers. Modern Hindus, when not influenced by the language of European scholars, apply the word Veda especially to the Upanishads. For some time only 3 Vedas were accepted. Footnote 145. Thus the Pali Pitaks speak of the Tavidya or threefold knowledge of the Brahmins. End footnote. But the epics and the Purans know of the fourfold Veda and place the Atharva Veda on a level with the other 3. It was the manual of 2 ancient priestly families, the Atharvans and the Angirasas, whose speciality was charms and prophylactics, rather than the performance of the regular sacrifices. The hymns and magic songs which it contains were probably collected subsequently to the composition of the Brahmanas, but the separate poems are older and, so far as can be judged from the language, are intermediate between the Rig Veda and the Brahmanas. But the substance of many of the spells must be older still, since the incantations prescribed show a remarkable similarity to Old German, Russian, and Lettish charms. The Atharva also contains speculative poems and, if it has not the freshness of the Rig Veda, is most valuable for the history of Indian thought and civilization. I will not here inquire what was the original home of the Aryans, or whether the resemblances shown by Aryan languages justify us in believing that the ancestors of the Hindus, Greeks, Celts, Slavs, etc. belong to a single race and physical type. The grounds for such a belief seem to me doubtful, but a comparison of language, religion, and customs make it probable that the ancestors of the Iranians and Hindus dwelt together in some region lying to the north of India, and then, in descending southwards, parted company and wandered, one band westwards to Persia and the other to the Punjab and southeast. Footnote 146. Or it may be that the ancestors of the Persian were also in the Punjab and retired westwards. End footnote. These latter produced the poets of the Rig Veda. Their home is indicated by their acquaintance with the Himalayas, the Kabul River, the Indus, and rivers of the Punjab and the Jamna. The Ganges, though known, apparently lay beyond their sphere, but the geography of the Atharva extends as far as Benares and implies a practical knowledge of the sea, which is spoken of somewhat vaguely in the Rig Veda. It is probable that the oldest hymns were composed among the rivers of the Punjab, but the majority somewhat further to the east, in the district of Kurukshetra or Thanesar. At some period subsequent to the Aryan immigration, there was a great struggle between 2 branches of the same stock, related in a legendary form as the contest between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. Some have thought that we have here an indication of a second invasion composed of Aryans who remained in the mountainous districts north of the Hindu Kush when the first detachment moved south, and who developed their somewhat different customs. It is also possible that the Atharva Veda may represent the religious ideas of these second invaders. In several passages, the Mahabharata speaks of the Atharva as the highest Veda and represents the Pandavas as practicing polyandry, a custom which still prevails among many Himalayan tribes. The Rig Veda depicts a life not far advanced in material arts, but, considering the date, humane and civilized. There were no towns, but merely villages and fortified enclosures to be used as refuge in case of necessity. The general tone of the hymns is kindly and healthy, Many of them indeed have more robust piety than interest. There are few indications of barbarous customs. The general impression is of a free and joyous life in which the principal actors are chiefs and priests, though neither have become tyrannical. The composition of this anthology probably extended over several centuries and comprised a period of lively mental growth. It is therefore natural that it should represent stages of religious development which are not contemporaneous. But though thought is active and exuberant in these poems, they are not altogether an intellectual outburst excited by the successful advance into India. The calm of settlement as well as the fire of conquest have left their mark on them, and during the period of composition, religion grew more boldly speculative, but also more sedentary, formal, and meticulous. The earliest hymns bear traces of quasi-nomadic life, but the writers are no longer nomads. They follow agriculture as well as pasturage, but they are still contending with aborigines, still expanding and moving on. They mention no states or capitals. They revere rivers and mountains, but have no shrines to serve as religious centers, as repositories and factories of tradition. Legends and precepts have of course come down from earlier generations, but are not very definite or cogent. The stories of ancient sages and warriors are vague and wanting in individual color. Part 2. The absence of sculpture and painting explains much in the character of the Vedic deities. The hymn writers were devout and imaginative, not content to revere some undescribed being in the sky, but full of mythology, metaphor, and poetry, and continually singling out new powers for worship. Among many races, the conceptions thus evolved acquire solidity and permanence by the aid of art. An image stereotypes a deity, worshippers from other districts can see it, and it remains from generation to generation as a conservative and unifying force. Even a stone may have something of the same effect, for it connects the deity with the events, rites, and ideas of a locality. But the earliest stratum of Vedic religion is worship of the powers of nature, such as the sun, the sky, the dawn, the fire, which are personified but not localized or depicted. Their attributes do not depend at all on art, not much on local or tribal custom, but chiefly on imagination and poetry, and as this poetry was not united in one collection until a later period, a bard was under no obligation to conform to the standards of his fellows, and probably many bards sang without knowing of one another's existence. Such a figure as Agni or fire, if one can call him a figure, illustrates the fluid and intangible character of Vedic divinities. He is one of the greatest in the pantheon, and in some ways his godhead is strongly marked. He blesses, protects, preserves, and inspires. He is a divine priest and messenger between gods and men. He knows all generations. Yet we cannot give any definite account of him such as could be drawn up for a Greek deity. He is not a god of fire, like Vulcan, but the fire itself regarded as divine. The descriptions of his appearance are not really anthropomorphic, but metaphorical imagery depicting shining, streaming flames. The hymns tell us that he has a tawny beard and hair, a flaming head or 3 heads, 3 tongues or 7, 4 eyes or 1,000. One poem says that he faces in all directions, another that he is footless and headless. He is called the son of heaven and earth, of Vashtri and the waters, of the dawn, of Indra Vishnu. One singer says that the gods generated him to be a light for the Aryans, another that he is the father of the gods. This multiple origin becomes more definite in the theory of Agni's 3 births. He is born on earth from the friction of fire sticks, in the clouds as lightning, and in the highest heavens as the sun or celestial light. In virtue of this triple birth, he assumes a triune character. His heads, tongues, bodies, and dwellings are 3, and this threefold nature has perhaps something to do with the triads of deities which become frequent later and finally develop into the Trimurti or Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. But there is nothing fixed or dogmatic in this idea of Agni's 3 births. In other texts, he is said to have 2, one in heaven and one on earth, and yet another turn of fancy ascribes to him births innumerable because he is kindled on many hearths. some of the epithets applied to him become quasi-independent. For instance, Agni Vashvanara, all men's fire, and Agni Tanu Napat, which seems to mean son of himself, or fire spontaneously generated, are in a later period treated almost as separate deities. Matarisvan is sometimes the name of Agni and sometimes a separate deity who brings Agni to mankind. In the same way, the Rig Veda has not one but many solar deities. Mitra, Surya, Savitri, and perhaps Pushan, Bhaga, Vivasvat, and Vishnu are all loose personifications of certain functions or epithets of the sun. Deities are often thought of in classes. Thus we have the Maruts, Rudras, and Vasus. We hear of Prajapati in the singular, but also of the Prajapatis or creative forces. Not only does Agni tend to be regarded as more than one, he is identified with other gods. We are told he is Varuna and Mitra, Savitri, and Indra. Thou art Varuna when born, says one hymn, thou becomest Mitra when kindled. In thee, O son of strength, are all the gods. Footnote 147. Rig Veda, verse 3, 1. End footnote. Such identifications are common in the Vedas. Philosophically, they are an early manifestation of the mental bias which leads to pantheism, metapsychosis, and the feeling that all things and persons are transitory and partial aspects of the one reality. But evidently, the mutability of the Vedic gods is also due to their nature. They are bundles of epithets and functions without much personal or local center, and these epithets and functions are to a large extent the same. All the gods are bright and swift and helpful. All love sacrifices and bestow wealth, sons, and cows. A figure like Agni enables us to understand the many-sided, inconsistent presentment of Shiva and Vishnu in later times. A richer mythology surrounds them, but in the fluidity of their outline, their mutability, and their readiness to absorb or become all other deities, they follow the old lines. Even a deity like Ganesha, who seems at first sight modern and definite, illustrates these ancient characteristics. He has 1 or 5 heads and from 4 to 16 arms. There are half a dozen strange stories of his birth and wonderful allegories describing his adventures. Yet he is also identified with all the gods and declared to be the creator, preserver, and destroyer of the universe, nay, the Supreme Spirit itself. Footnote 148. See the Ganesha Tharvashirsha Upanishad and Gopinath Rao, Hindu Iconography, Volume 1, pages 35 to 67. End footnote. In Soma, the sacred plant whose juice was offered in the most solemn sacrifices, we again find the combination of natural phenomena and divinity with hardly any personification. Soma is not a sacred tree inhabited by some spirit of the woods, but the Lord of immortality, who can place his worshippers in the land of eternal life and light. Some of the finest and most spiritual of the Vedic hymns are addressed to him, and yet it is hard to say whether they are addressed to a person or a beverage. The personification is not much more than when French writers called absinthe la fieuse yeux. Later, Soma was identified with the moon, perhaps because the juice was bright and shining. On the other hand, Soma worship is connected with a very ancient but persistent form of animism, for the Vedic poets celebrate as immortal the stones under which the plant is pressed and beg them to bestow wealth and children. Just so at the present day agricultural and other implements receive the salutations and prayers of those who use them. They are not gods in any ordinary sense, but they are potent forces. But some Vedic deities are drawn more distinctly, particularly Indra, who having more character has also lasted longer than most of his fellows, partly because he was taken over by Buddhism and enrolled into the retinue of the Buddha. He appears to have been originally a god of thunder, a phenomenon which leads itself to anthropomorphic treatment. As an atmospheric deity, he conquers various powers of evil, particularly Vritra, the demon of drought. The Vedas know of evil spirits against whom the gods wage successful war, but they have no single personification of evil in general, like our devil and few malevolent deities. Of these, latter Rudra, the prototype of Shiva, is the most important, but he is not wholly malevolent, for he is the god of healing and can take away sickness as well as cause it. Indian thought is not inclined to dualism, which is perhaps the outcome of a practical mind desiring a certain course and seeing everywhere the difficulties which the evil one puts in the way of it, but rather to that pantheism which tends to subsume both good and evil under a higher unity. Indra was the tutelary deity of the invading Aryans. His principles would delight a European settler in Africa. He protects the Aryan color and subjects the black skin. He gave land to the Aryans and made the Dasyus, aborigines, subject to them. He dispersed 50,000 of the black race and rent their citadels. Footnote 149. See Rig Veda, 3rd, 34:9, 1st, 138, 4th, 26:2, 6th, 18:3, 4th, 16:3. End footnote. Some of the events with which he is connected, such as the battles of King Sudas, may have a historical basis. He is represented as a gigantic being of enormous size and vigor, and of gross passions. He feasts on the flesh of bulls and buffaloes roasted by hundreds. His potations are counted in terms of lakes, and not only nerve him for the fray, but also intoxicate him. Footnote 150. In one singular hymn, Rigveda 10th, 119, Indra describes his sensations after drinking freely, and in the Satpatha Brahmana, 5th, 549, and 12th, 7:111, he seems to be represented as suffering from his excesses and having to be cured by a special ceremony. End footnote. Under the name of Saka, Indra figures largely in the Buddhist sutras and seems to have been the chief popular deity in the Buddha's lifetime. He was adopted into the new creed as a sort of archangel and heavenly defender of the faith. In the epics, he is still a mighty deity and the lord of paradise. Happiness in his heaven is the reward of the pious warrior after death. The Mahabharata and the Purans, influenced perhaps by Buddhism, speak of a series of Indras, each lasting for a cycle, but superseded when a new heaven and earth appear. In modern Hinduism, his name is familiar, though he does not receive much worship. Yet, in spite of his long preeminence, there is no disposition to regard him as the supreme and only God. Though the Rigveda calls him the creator and destroyer of all things, he is not God in our sense any more than other deities are. Footnote 151. In some passages of the Upanishads, he is identified with Atma. Example, Kaushitaki Upanishad 3rd 8. But then all persons, whether divine or human, are really the Atma if they only knew it. End footnote. He is the personification of strength and success, but he is not sufficiently spiritual or mystical to hold and satisfy the inquiring mind. Part 3. One of the most interesting and impressive work of Vedic deities is Varuna, often invoked with a more shadowy double called Mitra. No myths or exploits are related of him, but he is the omnipotent and omniscient upholder of moral and physical law. He established earth and sky. He set the sun in heaven and ordained the movements of the moon and stars. The wind is his breath, and by his law the heavens and earth are kept apart. He perceives all that exists in heaven and earth or beyond, nor could a man escape him, though he fled beyond the sky. The winkings of men's eyes are all numbered by him. He knows all that man does or think. Footnote 152. Atharva Veda, 4th, 16:2. End footnote. Sin is the infringement of his ordinances, and he binds sinners in fetters. Hence they pray to him for release from sin, and he is gracious to the penitent. Whereas the other deities are mainly asked to bestow material boons, the hymns addressed to Varuna contain petitions for forgiveness. He dwells in heaven in a golden mansion. His throne is great and lofty with 1,000 columns, and his abode has 1,000 doors. From it he looks down on the doings of men, and all-seeing sun comes to his court to report. There is much in these descriptions which is unlike the attributes ascribed to any other member of the Vedic pantheon and recalls Ahura Mazda of the Avesta or Semitic deities. No proof of foreign influence is forthcoming, but the opinion of some scholars that the figure of Varuna somehow reflects Semitic ideas is plausible. It has been suggested that he was originally a lunar deity, which explains his association with Mitra, the Persian Mithra, who was a sun god, and that the group of deities called Adityas, and including Mitra and Varuna, were the sun, moon, and the 5 planets known to the ancients. This resembles the Babylonian worship of the heavenly bodies, and, though there is no record whatever of how such ideas reached the Aryans, it is not difficult to imagine that they may have come from Babylonia either to India or to the country where Indians and Iranians dwelt together. Footnote 153. The Indian alphabets are admittedly Semitic in origin. End footnote. There is a Semitic flavor too in the Indian legends of the churning of the ocean. Footnote 154. See Mahabharata, 1st, 17-18, and other accounts in the Ramayana and Puranas. End footnote. The gods and asuras affect this by using a huge serpent as a rope to whirl round a mountain, and from the turmoil there arise various marvelous personages and substances, including the moon. This resembles in tone, if not in detail, the Babylonian creation myths, telling of a primeval abyss of waters and a great serpent which is slain by the gods, who use its body as the material for making the heavens and the earth. Footnote 155. It has also been conjectured that Sk. Asura is equal to Ashur, the god of Assyria, and that Sumeru or Sineru, Meru, is equal to Sumer or Shinar. See JRAS 1960, pages 364 to 365. End footnote. Yet Varuna is not the center of a monotheistic religion any more than Indra, and in later times he becomes a water god of no marked importance. The Aryans and the Semites, while both dissatisfied with polytheism and seeking the one among the many, moved along different paths and did not reach exactly the same goal. Semitic deities were representations of the forces of nature in human form, but their character was stereotyped by images, at any rate in Assyria and Babylonia, and by the ritual of particular places with which they were identified. Semitic polytheism is mainly due to the number of tribes and localities possessing separate deities, not to the number of deities worshipped by each place and tribe. As villages and small towns were subordinate to great towns, so the deities of minor localities were subordinate to those of the greater. Hence the Semitic god was often thought of as a king who might be surrounded by a court and then became the head of a pantheon of inferior deities, but also might be thought of as tolerating no rivals. This latter conception, when combined with moral earnestness, gives us Genova, who resembles Varuna, except that Varuna is neither jealous nor national. Indian polytheism also originated in the personification of various phenomena: the sun, thunder, fire, rivers, and so forth. But these deities, unlike the Semitic gods, had little to do with special tribes or localities, and the philosophic Indian easily traced a connection between them. It is not difficult to see that sun, fire, and lightning have something in common. The gods are frequently thought of as joined in couples, triads, or larger companies, and early worship probably showed the beginnings of a feature which is prominent in the later ritual, namely, that a sacrifice is not an isolated oblation offered to one particular god, but a series of oblations presented to a series of deities. There was thus little disposition to exalt one god and annihilate the other, but every disposition to identify the gods with one another and all of them with something else. Just as rivers, mountains, and plains are dimly seen to be parts of a whole which later ages call nature, so are the gods seen to be parts of some divine whole which is greater than any of them. Even in the Rig Veda, we find such sentiments as, the priests speak of the one being in many ways. They call it Agni, Yama, Matarisvan. Footnote 156. Rig Veda, 1st, 164, 46. End footnote. Hence, it is not surprising that when in the later Vedic period a tendency towards monotheism, but monotheism of a pantheistic type appears, the supreme position is given to none of the old deities but to a new figure, Prajapati. This word, meaning lord of living creatures, occurs in the Rig Veda as an epithet of the sun and is also occasionally used as the name of the being by whom all gods and worlds were generated and by whose power they continue to exist. In the Brahmanas and later ritual literature, he is definitely recognized as the supreme deity, the creator, the first sacrificer, and the sacrifice itself. It is perhaps owing to his close connection with ceremonial that inquiring and speculative minds felt Prajapati not to be a final or satisfactory explanation of the universe. He is identified with Brahma, the active personal creator, and this later name gradually ousts the other, but he does not, any more than Indra or Varuna, become the Atma or supreme universal being of the Upanishads. The principal Vedic deities are male, and the few goddesses that are mentioned, such as Ushas, the dawn, seem to owe their sex to purely dramatic reasons. Greece and Rome, as well as India, felt it appropriate to represent the daybreak as a radiant nymph. But though in later times such goddesses as Durga assumed in some sects a paramount position, and though the Veda is familiar with the idea of the world being born, there are few traces in it of a goddess corresponding to the Great Mother, Cybele or Astarte. In an earlier period of Vedic studies, many deities were identified with figures in the classical or Teutonic mythology, chiefly on philological grounds, but most of these identifications have now been abandoned. But a few names and figures seem to be found among both the Asiatic and European Aryans, and to point to a common stock of ideas. Deus, the sky god, is admittedly the same as Zeus and Jupiter. The Ashwins agree in character, though not in name, with the Dioscuri, and the other parallels are quoted from Lettish mythology. Bhaga, the bountiful giver, a somewhat obscure deity, is the same word as the Slavonic bog, used in the general sense of God, and we find Deva in Sanskrit, Deus in Latin, and Devas in Lithuanian. Ushas, the dawn, is phonetically related to Greek Eos and Aurora, who, however, are only half-deities. Indra, if he cannot be scientifically identified with Thor, is a similar personage who must have grown out of the same stock of ideas. By a curious transference, the prophet Elias has, in southeastern Europe, inherited the attributes of the thunder god and is even now in the imagination of the peasantry a jovial and riotous being who, like Indra, drives a noisy chariot across the sky. The connection with ancient Persian mythology is closer. The Avestan religion was a reformation due to the genius of Zoroaster and therefore comparable with Buddhism rather than Hinduism, but the less systematic polytheism which preceded it contained much which reminds us of the Vedic hymns. It can hardly be doubted that the ancestors of the Indians and Iranians once practiced almost identical forms of religion and had even a common ritual. The chief features of the fire cult and of the Soma or Hauma sacrifice appears in both. The sacrifice is called Yajna in the Veda, Yasna in the Avesta. The Hotri priest is Zoatar, Atharvan is Atharvan, Mitra is Mitra. Vayu and Apa, the divine waters, meet us in the Avesta in almost the same forms, and Indra's epithet of Vritrahan, the slayer of Vritra, appears as Viretragna. Ahura Mazda seems to be a development of the deity who appears as Varuna in India, though he has not the same name, and the main difference between Indian and Iranian religion lies in this, that the latter was systematized by a theistic reformer who exalted one deity above the others, whereas in India, where there was more religious vitality, polytheistic and pantheistic fancies flourished uncurbed, and the greatest reformer, the Buddha, was not a theist. One peculiarity of Indians in all ages is that they put more into religion than other races. It received most of the energy and talent which elsewhere went into art, politics, and philosophy. Hence it became both intense and manifold, for deities and creeds were wanted for every stage of intelligence and variety of taste, and also very tolerant, for sects in India, though multitudinous, are not so sharply divided or mutually hostile as in Europe. Connected with the general interest which religion inspired in its strongly marked speculative character. The Rig Veda asks whether in the beginning there was being or not being, and the later Vedas and Brahmanas are filled with discussions as to the meaning of ceremonies, which show that the most dreary formalism could not extinguish the innate propensity to seek for a reason. In the Upanishads, we have the same spirit dealing with more promising material. And throughout the long history of Hinduism, religion and philosophy are seldom separated. We rarely find detached metaphysicians. Philosophers found new sects to support old ones. Religion absorbs philosophy and translates it into theology or myths. Part 4. To the age of the Vedas succeeds that of the Brahmans or sacrificial treatises. The two periods are distinct and have each a well-marked tone, but they pass into one another, for the Yajur and the Sama Veda presuppose the ritual of the Brahmanas. These treatises introduce us to one feature of the Indian religion mentioned above, mainly the extraordinary elaboration of its ritual. To read them, one would suppose that the one occupation of all India was the offering of sacrifices. The accounts are no doubt exaggerated and must often be treated as specimens of sacerdotal imagination, like the biblical descriptions of the rites performed in the tabernacle during the wanderings of the Israelites. But making all allowance for priestly enthusiasm, it still remains true that the intellect of India, so far as it is preserved in literature, was occupied during 2 centuries or so with the sacrificial art, and that philosophy had difficulty in disentangling itself from ceremonies. One has only to compare Greek and Sanskrit literature to see how vast are the proportions assumed by the ritual in India. Our information about the political institutions, the wars, and chronology of ancient Greece is full, but of the details of Greek worship we hear little, and probably there was not much to tell. But in India, where there are no histories and no dates, we know every prayer and gesture of the officiants throughout complicated sacrifices and possess a whole library describing their correct performance. In most respects, these sacrifices which absorbed so much intellect and energy belong to ancient history. They must not be confounded with the ceremonies performed in modern temples, which have a different origin and character. A great blow was struck at the sacrificial system by Buddhism. Not only did it withdraw the support of many kings and nobles, and the greater ceremonies, being very costly, depended largely on the patronage of the wealthy, but it popularized the idea that animal sacrifices are shocking and that attempts to win salvation by offerings are crude and unphilosophic. But though, after Buddhism had leavened India for a few centuries, we no longer find the religious world given over to sacrificing as it had been about 600 BC, these rites did not die out. Even now they are occasionally performed in South India and the Deccan. There are still many Brahmins in these regions who, if they have not the means or learning to perform the great Vedic ceremonies, at any rate sympathize with the mental attitude which they imply, and this attitude has many curious features. The rite of sacrifice, which in the simple form of an offering supposed to be agreeable to the deity, is the principal ceremony in the early stages of most religions, persists in their later stages, but gives rise to clouds of theory and mystical interpretation. Thus in Christianity, the Jewish sacrifices are regarded as prototypes of the death of Christ, and that death itself as a sacrifice to the Almighty, an offering of himself to himself, which in some way acts as an expiation for the sins of the world. And by a further development, the sacrifice of the Mass, that is, the offering of portions of bread and wine which are held to be miraculously transformed into the body and blood of Christ by the manipulations of a qualified priest, is believed to repeat every day the tragedy of Calvary. The prevalence of this view in Europe should make us chary of stigmatizing Hindu ideas about sacrifice as mental aberrations. They represent the fancies of acute intellects dealing with ancient ceremonies which they cannot abandon, but which they transform into something more congenial to their own transitional mode of thought. Though the Brahmanas and Upanishads mix up ritual with physical and metaphysical theories in the most extraordinary fashion, their main motive deserves sympathy and respect. Their weakness lies in their inability to detach themselves, as the Buddha succeeded in doing, from a ritual which, though elaborate, was neither edifying nor artistic. They seem unable to see the great problems of existence except through the mists of altar smoke. Their merit is their evident conviction that this formalism is inadequate. Their wish is not to distort and cramp nature by bringing it within the limits of the ritual, but to enlarge and expand the ritual until it becomes cosmic. If they regard the whole universe as one long act of prayer and sacrifice, the idea is grandiose rather than pedantic, though the details may not always be to our taste. Footnote 157. For instance, Chapter 3rd of the Chandogya Upanishad, which compares the solar system to a beehive in which the bees are Vedic hymns, is little less than stupendous, though singular and hard for European thought to follow. End footnote. We are told that the gods obtained immortality and heaven by sacrifice, that they created the universe by sacrifice, that Prajapati, the creator, is the sacrifice. Although some writers are disposed to distinguish magic sharply from religion, the two are not separated in the Vedas. Sacrifice is not merely a means of pleasing the gods. It is a system of authorized magic or sacred science controlling all worlds, if properly understood. It is a mysterious cosmic force like electricity which can be utilized by a properly trained priest but is dangerous in unskillful hands, for the rites, if wrongly performed, bring disaster or even death on bunglers. Though the Vedic sacrifices fell more and more out of general use, this notion of the power of rites and formulae did not fade with them but has deeply infected modern Hinduism and even Buddhism, in both of which the lore of spells and gestures assume monstrous proportions. The Vedic and modern tantric rituals are different, but they are based on the same supposition that the universe, including the gods which are part of it, is regulated by some permeating principle, and that this principle can be apprehended by sacred science and controlled by the use of proper methods. Footnote 159. Thus both the Vedas and the Tantras devote considerable space to rites which have for object the formation of a new body for the sacrificer. Compare, for instance, the Aitareya Brahmana, 1st 18 to 21, 2nd 35 to 38, 3rd, 2nd, and 6th 27 to 31, with Avalon's account of Nyasa in his introduction to the Mahanirvana Tantra, pages 107 to 111. End footnote. So far as these systems express the idea that the human mind can grasp the universe by knowledge, they offer an example of the bold sweep of the Hindu intellect, but the methods prescribed are often fatuous. The belief in the potency of words and formulae, though amplified and embellished by the Hindus, is not an Indian invention but a common aspect of early thought which was less emphasized in other countries. It is found in Persia and among the tribes of Central and Northern Asia and of Northern Europe, and attained a high development in Finland, where Runot or magical songs are credited with very practical efficacy. Thus, the Kalevala relates how Wainamoinen was building a boat by means of songs when the process came to a sudden stop because he had forgotten 3 words. This is exactly the sort of thing that might happen in the legends of a Vedic sacrifice if the priest had forgotten the text he ought to recite. The external features of Vedic rites are remarkable and unlike what we know of those performed by other nations of antiquity. The sacrifice is not, as a rule, a gift presented to a single god to win his favor. Oblations are made to most members of the pantheon in the course of a prolonged ceremony, but the time, manner, and recipients of these oblations are fixed rather by the mysteries of sacrificial science than by the sacrificer's need to propitiate a particular deity. Also, the sacrifice is not offered in a temple, and it would appear that in pre-Buddhist times there were no religious edifices. It is not even associated with sacred spots, such as groves or fountains haunted by a deity. The scene of operations requires long and careful preparation, but it is merely an enclosure with certain sheds, fireplaces, and mounds. It has no architectural pretensions and is not a center round which shrines can grow, for it requires reconsecration for each ceremony and in many cases must not be used twice. There is little that is national, tribal or communal about these rites. Some of them, such as the Ashvamedha or horse sacrifice and the Rajasaya or consecration of a king, may be attended by games and sports, but that is because they are connected with secular events. In their essence, sacrifices are not popular festivals or holidays, but private services performed for the benefit of the sacrificer, that is, the person who pays the fees of the priests. Usually they have a definite object, and though ceremonies for the attainment of material blessings are not wanting, this object is most frequently supermundane, such as the fabrication of a body in the heavenly world. It is in keeping with these characteristics that there should be no pomp or spectacular effect. The rites resemble some complicated culinary operation or scientific experiment, and the sacrificial enclosure has the appearance of a laboratory rather than a place of worship. Vedic rituals includes the sacrifice of animals, and there are indications of the former prevalence of human sacrifice. At the time when the Brahmanas were composed, the human victims were released alive, but afterwards the practice of real sacrifice was revived, probably owing to the continual incorporation into the Hindu community of semi-barbarous tribes and their savage deities. Human victims were offered to Mahadevi, the spouse of Shiva, until the last century, and would doubtless be offered now were legal restrictions removed. But though the sporadic survival of an old custom in its most primitive and barbarous form is characteristic of Hinduism, the whole tendency of thought and practice since the rise of Buddhism has been adverse to religious bloodshed, even of animals. The doctrine of substitution and atonement, of offering the victim on behalf of the sacrificer, though not absent, plays a smaller part than in the religions of Western Asia. Evidently, it was not congenial. The Hindu has always been inclined to think that the individual earns his future in another world by his own thoughts and acts. Even the value of the victim is less important than the correct performance of the ceremony. The teaching of the Brahmanas is not so much that a good heart is better than lavish alms as that the ritually correct sacrifice of a cake is better than a hecatomb not offered according to rule. The offerings required by the Vedic ritual are very varied. The simplest are cakes and libations of melted butter poured on the fire from 2 wooden spoons held one over the other while Vedic verses are recited. Besides these, there was the animal sacrifice and still more important the Soma sacrifice. Footnote 160. There is considerable doubt as to what was the plant originally known as Soma. That described in the Vedas and Brahmanas is said to grow on the mountains and to have a yellow juice of a strong smell, fiery taste, and intoxicating properties. The plants used as hum by the modern Parsis of Yezd and Kerman are said to be members of the family Asclepiadaceae, perhaps of the genus Sarcostemma, with fleshy stalks and milky juice, and the soma tested by Dr. Hogg at Pune was probably made from another species of the same or an allied genus. He found it extremely nasty, though it had some intoxicating effect. See his Aitareya Brahmana, number page 489. End footnote. This ceremony is very ancient and goes back to the time when the Hindus and Iranians were not divided. In India, the sacrifice lasted at least 5 days and, even in its simpler forms, was far more complicated than any ceremony known to the Greeks, Romans, or Jews. Only professional priests could perform it, and as a rule, a priest did not attempt to master more than one branch and to be, for instance, either a reciter, Hotri, or singer, Udgatri. But the 5-day sacrifices are little more than the rudiments of the sacrificial art and led on to the ahinas, or sacrifices comprising from 2 to 12 days of soma pressing, which last not more than a month. The ahinas again can be combined into sacrificial sessions lasting a year or more, and it would seem that rites of this length were really performed, though when we read of such sessions extending over 100 years, we may hope that they are creations of a fancy like that of a hymn writer who celebrated the state, where congregations never break up and Sabbaths never end. Footnote 161. An ordinary sacrifice was offered for a private person who had to be initiated, and the priests were merely officiants acting on his behalf. In a satra, the priests were regarded as the sacrificers and were initiated. It had some analogy to Buddhist and Christian monastic foundations for reading sutras and saying masses. End footnote. The ritual literature of India is enormous, and much of it has been edited and translated by European scholars with the care that is merited a better object. It is a mine of information respecting curious beliefs and practices of considerable historical interest, but it does not represent the main current of religious ideas in post-Buddhist times. The Brahmins indeed never cease to give the sacrificial system their theoretical and, when possible, their practical approval, for it embodies a principle most dear to them, namely, that the other castes can obtain success in heaven only under the guidance of Brahmins and by rites which only Brahmins can perform. But for this very reason it incurred the hostility not only of philosophers and morally earnest men, but of the military caste, and it never really recovered from the blow dealt it by Buddhism, the religion of that caste. But with every Brahmanic revival, it came to the front, and the performance of the Ashwamedh or horse sacrifice was long the culminating glory of an orthodox king. Footnote 162. The political importance of the Ashwamedh lay in the fact that the victim had to be let loose to roam freely for a year, so that only a king whose territories were sufficiently extensive to allow of its being followed and guarded during its wanderings could hope to sacrifice it at the end. End footnote. End of section 30.